Good afternoon. It's Sunday, October 27th, 2024, around 1 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You are watching Co-op for Two. Today we are playing a fan-made case for one of my favorite games, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. This is a little bit of an unusual case. We'll talk about that in a minute, but let's check in with the chat. Let's make sure we're live and everything's good. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. Sunday afternoon is when we would normally be playing our play-by-mail game, which has been for the last several months, Dear Holmes. But we've finished a case recently. Now we take a break before we start our new one. This week we will be playing a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case. It'll take us several hours. Then I think next week I will be doing either a channel update on a Sunday or a game design diary entry for New York Noir, the mystery game that I've been working on for the last 2 years now, which is behind me there, that high and low box. Which is based, of course, on Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Now, we've been playing a bunch of games this weekend. Yesterday, in the afternoon, we played... What did we play yesterday? Yesterday afternoon, we played a Deadbolt Mystery Society box called Witch Hunt, which I enjoyed quite a bit. And the night before that, Friday night, we played a fan-made case for Bureau of Investigations into Arkham and Elsewhere, another spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective set in H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu-type supernatural world. The fan-made cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective have a very special place in my heart. They are often as well written as the official games. This is a game that was created in 1981, 1982 by Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg and one other co-author that I always forget to credit. And the fan-made cases are almost always free. There's a whole bunch of them, maybe 24, that you can download and play. I have a couple of videos reviewing sets of my favorites. Probably should be updated soon. But also a video entitled something like The Best Kept Secret in Tabletop Mystery Games. And that is because these fan-made cases are so good, and in many ways, they're superior than what you get in the box. For one reason, you can print them out and write on them. They're very easy to print out. You don't have to bind them like I do. But playing the printed versions that you can write on and take notes on is actually a superior experience in some cases. And Rob in the chat reminds me the third co-author for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is Raymond Edwards. I need to really get a little tattoo of that or put that on the wall somewhere because he does deserve the credit. Okay, so most of the time when you look for a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the place to find it is on Board Game Geek in the file section for the first Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective reprint box, which is the Thames Murders and Other Cases by Space Cowboys. So if you search for that game on Board Game Geek and you go to the file section, you'll see the fan-made cases listed there. And a couple of people have made lists of all the fan-made cases, including a recent list by a viewer of this channel to help us collect them, and he's tried to make the playthrough lengths, etc. But I believe the one we're playing today, which is called Witches in South Bank, I believe this is not on Board Game Geek, which makes it a little bit of an outlier. It is on itch.io. The author of this case is Abby Yaff, who goes by the name of Kirijo on itch.io. And she's something of an eclectic artist game maker, indie game maker, and she's got a bunch of experimental games on itch.io. So I don't really know what we're in for. It looks a little bit short in terms of number of pages, but given Abby's background, I'm not sure what to expect, and given the fact that I haven't read any reviews of this. This was found by Jonathan Warner, who is a night owl, so it doesn't look like he's going to join us for this playthrough, but it caught his attention, maybe because of its horror-y theme, nominally at least, and we're here in October playing horror spooky games. So Jonathan has picked it for us to play. I'm very curious about it, but I don't know what to expect. Which is a good segue to remind you all that we like to talk about game design issues on this channel and review the games we play after we finish them. So I do encourage you to have a pen and paper handy nearby if you join me for a live stream, or if you watch it afterwards, make any notes, things you want to talk about, critique, make constructive criticism, suggestions, etc. But we especially try to be on the constructive side for these fan-made games that are not for sale, that are notoriously hard to playtest, and especially for these kinds of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective mystery games. They are notoriously difficult to playtest. So we will be constructive with our criticism and gentle, but we will be looking at it from a game design perspective, and especially since I'm making this game that is inspired by Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, I'm looking for tricks and techniques and what works and what doesn't, etc. So we will keep our ears and eyes open. Anything else to talk about before we get started here? On Halloween evening, which is October 31st, I think it's a Thursday. It's only in a couple days, 4 days. We will be playing our final game of our October marathon. And that game will be Never House, which is behind me on the wall there, right there, right there. Which is a sort of deluxe escape room game. Last year we played Witchery Spell, which was very good and sort of a deluxe experience. So I hope you will join me for that if that's your thing. I have it on good authority that it is a good game. Okay, what else needs to be said? The original version of Witches in South Bank, I believe this was 2019 that this was made available. It is a pay what you want to download it. You can download it yourself and play it, and you can pay what you want, including nothing. So if you think you might want to play this yourself with your own group, you can stop watching as soon as I start, play it, and then you can come back and see how we did compared to you. But one thing to keep in mind is that the original PDF of the leads was formatted identically to how Space Cowboys... No, let's see, is that right? Or is it the Yastari? Maybe it's closer to the Yastari formatting, which is to say that it was formatted with this modeled background on all the pages and in cursive. And it's very hard to read, the Yastari version. So originally Sleuth Publications, then Yastari remade Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and then Space Cowboys remade it. And the Yastari version, which was very important because it really did bring it to a much wider audience, more modern version, but it's very hard to read the text. So Rob, on one of the viewers of this channel and someone who hangs out in the Discord with us, reformatted it for us into nice, readable, non-cursive, got rid of the background. So we can thank Rob, who's in the channel with us today, for doing that, which makes a huge difference. And we're joined by Martinez Conradi, the author of some of my favorite Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan cases. Some that have some supernatural elements to them. I highly recommend them. If you want to play more fan cases, check out Martinez's cases. And let me give one more pitch before we get started here. Speaking of formatting this and for the layout and stuff, one of the things, the project I have been working on for the last 2 months, really, which is related to my game, New York Noir, though, is the tool to build these casebooks and lay them out nicely with nice tables of contents and indices and auto sorting leads and all that stuff. The tool to build cases for New York Noir can also be used to build cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and it has lots of features to make these PDF books and lay them out nicely in all different sorts of ways, multiple columns, nice headings, everything. So I do hope, if you're interested in making fan cases, either for New York Noir or Sherlock Holmes, that tool will be available soon for people to help them create nice looking casebooks. Okay. Let's get, oh, there was one other thing I wanted to show you. So with the fan-made cases, we've got the map from Space Cowboys. Now, this was probably made for the Yastari version, but they're largely the same, even going back to 1980s. The map has visually changed quite a bit, but the basic locations seem to be all the same. Any map from any of the Space Cowboys versions works, or any of the versions, but I prefer the Space Cowboys map, and we're going to use the Space Cowboys directory. Again, 99.9% the same. Now, what I wanted to show you is the business cards that, since we're talking about a fan-made print and play expansion, I want to show you business cards that people have made and made available for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, because a new set has dropped. A new set has been released. So here is the first set that I remember becoming available. And this was posted on Board Game Geek back in 2020. So these are allies that you can visit. You can see, going back to the original 1980s and updated all through Space Cowboys, mostly the same set of allies. People you can visit to talk to about various things in every case. So you can talk to the criminologist, the newspaper writer, the carriage depot to get cab logs, etc. And so for fun, the truth is that this is probably the most useful, just having a nice list. But people have made business cards that are quite fun to use. Each one has the little bit of art and the location where that person is that you would go to visit. So this is the first set that Ada Spirite I have written down, posted on Board Game Geek, that you could download and print out. Now, more recently, in 2023, someone posted a new set, which I have printed out and sleeved, that uses AI art. I believe it's mostly AI art, but it's quite beautiful. And you can see there's a card for each of the allies. A little bit modern taste if you like sort of comic book style art. Each one has its location here and what they do. And on the back, an actual drawing of where that place is on the map. Quite beautiful, really. That was in 23. My notes say that Peter S. made these available. And I do recommend you get yourself some card sleeves. Now, just recently, very recently, in the last month or two, someone named Eric, has posted a new set on Board Game Geek. And this is the new set. And you can see how elegant these are. I mean, these really are sort of in between those other two sets. They're very subtle with this little pastel looking occasional coloring. And to my mind, boy, are these feel time appropriate, but beautiful. It looks like Eric has joined us today. In fact, certainly did not expect that. But yeah, really quite beautiful. The only thing I probably should have done is printed them on a little bit of heavier stock. Actually, let me show Eric something in case he wants an idea. If you look at the AI cards that Peter made, so these are all double-sided. If you look on the other side, it actually tells you what they do, what their specialty is. And I think this is fine. I don't think, like these, the latest ones by Peter that showed the map of where they are, that's actually, these are quite nice. And you could actually use the backs of these for these. But it is nice to see, to be able to read what their specialty is. But let me show you one little thing that Eric may want to consider. These are double-sided. The paper, when you download and print them, it's on 3 pages or so, and they're double-sided, so that's the front and back, which works fine, especially if you have a double-sided printer, which I do, but I have a color laser, which prints out quite thin. If you print it on inkjet, you could print it on nice heavy stock. But what I want to show you is if you look at the cards that were made for this other previous set, they aren't double-sided. They're printed, they're laid out like this, and you cut it and fold it over. Now, the only advantage of that is you can take a card, stick it between them, and then when you sleeve it, I'm not suggesting this is worth doing, but I did want to point out, where did I put? Oh, then when you sleeve it and stick it in its little sleeve, you get a nice heavy weight, nice thick card. But again, I mean, if people were printing these out on inkjet printers on cardstock, then they wouldn't want that. They'd prefer this double-sided thing. Anyway, these are beautiful. I love the spot coloring. I don't know if there's a name for that style, if you look at the old postcards of New York, we've been going through lots of art for New York noir art. If you look at old postcards of the 1920s or so, it's very frequent that this style is used, which was a kind of style that was used in the early move from black and white movies to color movies, which is they would take a black and white photo and then someone would hand color parts of it, like just add a little bit of color. And they would do that sometimes with black and white movies too, just add a couple of scenes where there's some custom coloring overlaid. But there is something very elegant of having mostly black and white with just a little bit of spot color occasionally. And when I saw these, I thought, oh, we should have something like that for New York Noir. Some business cards you could collect for allies that you meet. And these are just the perfect style. Okay, so maybe Eric can be convinced to join the New York Noir team and work on business cards. Okay, that's a little diversion for us. Let's get started with Witches in South Bank. Nice piece of art here. I don't know where this is from. It's clearly done not by Abby. All right, so actually there's a newspaper here at the front. Our policy is to skim the newspaper, but let's start with our introduction here. And let me use my cues. Baker Street is absolutely still on the morning of Sherlock Holmes's next summons. When the taxi pulls up in front of 221B Baker Street, the faint indigo hue of the sky is the only indication of morning's approach. The air is thick with morning fog, the cobblestones damp. Wiggins leans against the building's brick exterior and puffs on a cigar. This is quite an hour, he says, without preamble, to be awake on such business. He knocks on the door. Holmes opens it almost instantly and ushers us in without a word. On the sofa sits Detective Lestrade, looking grim. He holds a cup of coffee. "Who is this?" he asks. "My assistants," Holmes says. "They'll be handling this case. Please explain the facts as you explain them to me." Dr. Watson emerges from the kitchen with a mug of coffee, which he hands to Wiggins. Last night, around 3 a.m., Lestrade says, we received a report that a body had been found on the southern bank of the Thames, on Park Street, next to Southwark Bridge. Washed up on shore, no trouble identifying him. Half the city would recognize him, even in such a sorry state. It was Carlton Cormish. He takes a sip of his coffee. Carlton Cormish. I'm sure you'll have no trouble understanding how the untimely death of a man of Cormish's social standing and philanthropic record might plunge the public into a state of disarray and uncertainty. When the sun rises and paper boys start milling about the streets, the people will look to the police for answers. And you'd like us to find those answers? Wiggins asks. He has already knocked back the entire cup of coffee and is looking in better spirits for it, though his typical jolly demeanor remains shrouded by a civil apathy. I'd like all of us to find them," Lestrade scoffs. Speaking of, I must be off," Holmes says. "I have my own avenues to pursue. Lestrade, Watson, I trust you'll see Wiggins and his lot adequately educated on the case's more straightforward points and sent on their way." Holmes exits without sparing a moment to await any response. In the few minutes since we arrived, it had begun to rain. The moment the door opens, a few droplets blow inside and settle on the floorboards. In the silence that follows, Lestrade settles into the sofa and takes another sip of coffee. As you know, Cornish was primarily a philanthropist. For the past several years, he's devoted himself to ending the opium trade. In London, he was instrumental in shutting down a number of opium dens in the manufacturing district. It is said he helped to write China's opium regulations alongside Ambassador Zhu Mingzhao. He's so well known at all levels of government, it is said that even Prime Minister Gladstone is a personal confidant. Now, his main opposition on that front is Senator Creamwell, who works currently in Parliament. He also owned a company. Lestrade bends forward and shuffles through his notes. Let me see here. Sheep's Head Pharmaceuticals. And what of the body, Wiggins asks. In what state was it found? Oh, the body is a matter of curiosity and displays physical symptoms the likes of which we've never seen in Scotland Yard. He pauses and raises an eyebrow. The veins in Cornish's arms have all gone black. Black? Yes, black and swollen. Watson dons his jacket, a polite signal that it's time for all of us to leave. I'm off to the clinic for the day, he says. And Holmes? Holmes has taken notice of your performance of late and decided it was time to assign you more high-profile work, Watson says. Given the urgency of the case, he thought it best to have as many minds working on the problem as possible. By the time we exit onto the porch, the rain has picked up. A breeze stirs the branches of Baker Street's trees. The sound is reminiscent of carriages approaching. Watson's explanation for Holmes's behavior seems to have appeased Wiggins. In fact, as our group wanders the streets of London in search of a taxi, there is the faintest hint of a smile on our leader's face. I don't know what this thing here is, but maybe this is just what we call a tombstone. A little bit marker at the end saying that we've reached the end of this section. Okay, so because this is a print and play thing, and we're only going to play this once, we're going to take our notes right on this. Okay, 3 a.m., body found southern bank of the Thames River on Park Street next to Southwark Bridge. Okay, so we can go identify that, and maybe we can try to find the scene of the crime and look into it. We're told who it is. Carlton Cornish. We might go and knock on his family's door, see what they can tell us. What was he up to last night? High social standing. We do have an ally who specializes in socialites. We might talk to them, get some background on Cornish. Okay. He's ending the opium trade, so you might have some gangs, opium dealers that would consider him an enemy. Closed opium dens in the manufacturing district. We're told we have a Chinese ambassador. We might want to go to the Chinese embassy if there is one. I can't remember. We've got the prime minister, personal confidant. Well, I don't think Gladstone is available we're not going to be able to knock on his door. Prime Minister is not going to talk to us, but even if we throw Sherlock Holmes's name around, but Parliament maybe. We could go to the House of Parliament. Okay, so then he says the body is in a weird state. The veins are black and swollen. That may be our witchcraft at work. Whether there's a supernatural element to this case, we do not know. Watson is going to the clinic, whatever that means, and Holmes is doing his normal show-offy thing where he goes off on his own. He's going to solve the case while he's getting some breakfast or tracking down his own leads. He wants to see if we can handle it. What else? I missed something, right? I missed the other company. Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals by his opposition. Okay, so Senator Creamwell might be someone that we'd want to talk to. He might be a suspect of ours. And then, of course, we could go to the coroner and see the body, etc. Well, let's start by figuring out where this scene of the crime is. The southern bank of the Thames on Park Street next to Southwark Bridge. All right, well, let's look at our map and find Southwark Bridge. I think you'll find that it's over here. There's Southwark Bridge. Where's our little... Let's here. Let me bring over. So what we tend to do is mark. We use these removable overlays to keep track. So south side of Southwark Bridge. Okay. So the southern bank of the Thames on Park Street next to Southwark Bridge. Okay, so it looks like this may very well be our scene of the crime. Right here, where's the body found? So a good place for us to go would be 1EC. There's our EC neighborhood here. So here's southeast, here's EC. So we might want to go there. When we tend to play these games, one thing we do is we tend to, before we forget, to look up people and write down the places we might go. So what about Cormish? Is Cormish in the directory? Let's see. Carlton Cormish is not in the directory. Now, it might be nice if someone in the download for this is a digital version of the directory, and it might be nice to double check that to make sure. It's a little odd that we don't have an entry for him. But we won't worry about that for now. Then Senator Creamwell, which probably we would find in Parliament. Let's just see if he's in here somewhere. Okay, so we don't have a Creamwell in here either, but maybe Parliament would be the best place to go for that. We may want to go to the autopsy first, but let's not forget we have a newspaper, so we should check out the newspaper, see if a story has been written about this. Well, it probably hasn't been written about it yet, right? Because we're explicitly told he wants us to solve this before it hits the papers. But let's scan our newspaper briefly. We've got births. So generally the way we've been doing the paper, which I like, is that we skim it for articles that sound like they could be related to our case, like this one. And then we'll go back and make sure we read everything before we finish it. Okay, but here's an article about Chinese opium. Chinese opium ban making headway. Sources at both the Chinese legation and at Prime Minister Gladstone's offices confirm Parliament's growing support for anti-opium legislation. Such law would allocate British funds to the enforcement of Chinese opium laws. Critics of the proposed law object to such a financial and political investment in foreign affairs. Gladstone, a supporter of the anti-opium legislation, could not be reached for a statement. Oh, here's our first mention of witches. Witches need to be stopped. If interested in helping the community cure itself from the scourge of witchcraft, join the South Bank Witch Hunters. Come to the Elephant and Castle Theater to submit your membership application. Those bewitched themselves need not apply. Okay, so Elephant and Castle Theater. For sure, we want to go there. Let's just get our directory out and write down where the Elephant and Castle was a real theater, a famous one. Elephant and Castle, 13 Southeast, might still exist for all I know. 13 Southeast. Okay, Dr. Sayre's Magic Elixir. Incredible remedy for a large variety of ailments. Cures colds, coughs, and throat ailments of all types. Sold everywhere. Painless procedures. Dr. Harrison Beaufort. Surgeon dentist. Free consultation. Where's my cubes? Okay, 2 million acres in Florida. All varieties bargain. 2 unsurpassed town sites, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf Coast. Okay. Writer's cramp, trembling, musician's cramp, weakness of the muscles cured by Archibald Sinclair, 7 Guilford Street. Special treatment has been described in the British Medical Journal and the Lancet. Okay, Chubb blocks, protect your family and treasures from society burglar and others of that ilk with our famous Chubb locks. Fire on Brook Street. A blaze took down a thankfully unoccupied home on Brook Street yesterday morning. While the police seem to have ruled out foul play, we have had several reports attributing the flame to witchcraft. Now, where is Brook Street? That wouldn't be anywhere near our body, would there? But look, it looks like there is an article. Body found in the Thames. A body found in the river has been identified as Carlton Cormish. It has already hit the papers. Investigation is ongoing. If you have any information, please report your testimony to the officers on Bow Street Station. So we might want to stop by the police station on Bow Street. Let's look that up while we're here. Police station on Bow Street, 70 WC. Okay, now where is Brook Street? Would that be anywhere near our issue here? I'm not sure where Brook Street is. It doesn't seem to be right near our crime scene. Just knowing a street is not going to let us get there. Fire on Brook Street. An unoccupied home on Brook Street. We have several reports attributing the flame to witchcraft. So this is an interesting, if it's related to our case, you might ask, how could we get the location to find out about it? Well, you could imagine we could go, well, we're not going to be going to the South Bank Gazette. That newspaper is not, that newspaper doesn't exist in our directory, but some other newspaper might know about this fire. But the other thing we could do is, if we found Brook Street, we could find out if it's localized to a specific neighborhood, and then we could try to talk to the police department in that neighborhood, etc. But I'm not sure where Brook Street is. So we'll worry about that later, but maybe we'll make a note of it so we don't forget. A frog child has been born. A freakish infant being described as frog-like is being raised in Lower South Bank. The mother wishes to remain anonymous, is worried for her child's health, but remains hopeful. Okay, that sounds scary. Increased sightings of witchcraft. Reports of alleged witchcraft have been growing in number in the recent months. Many describe an influx of bewitched individuals in and around the heart of South Bank. Whether there's any validity to these claims has yet to be verified. Now, those of you who know London, South Bank, do we have a technical description of that neighborhood? It seems like probably it means this area here, but I don't know if it means all of this area or just the area near the bank of the Thames. What would we call the South Bank neighborhood of London? Let's continue reading here, though. More witchcraft in this area. Okay, Senator Creamwell, here's our opponent of our dead Carlton Cormish. Let's see. Senator Creamwell, influential and well-known political voice, has been seen around London with another young escapade, adding one to the increasing tally of sightings of this manner. Does this mean he's been seen with a girl? What is a young escapade? What is an escapade? Does that mean he's been seen with a woman? Local finance, the anniversary of the Sheep's Head warehouse installed in South Bank. That's what Sheep's Head Pharmaceutical. The anniversary of the Sheep's Head warehouse installed in South Bank grows near, and the perceived promise of increased employment from the factory have never been realized. Despite its scale, no hires have been made, suggesting they hired completely from in-house. So do we have the Sheep's Head factory in our directory? We're definitely going to need to check that directory that Abby included to make sure she hasn't added places. Because several of these places are not in the directory that we might think they would be, but you also could look for maybe docks or factories in or warehouses in this area. It's just a little bit trouble. Where is our warehouses? Can we find... There's no section for warehouses, and there's no Sheep's Head, but I wonder if we wouldn't find it under... All right, well, we'll circle back to that. Okay, our last entry in the news. November Harvest Festival, yesterday at 8 p.m., marked the end of the week-long Harvest Festival. The general consensus suggests it was a roaring success. Local vendors sold their wares, children ran freely through the streets. Councillor Carlisle, much to the enjoyment of the crowd, made a short appearance toward the end of the festivities. Okay, so we've got a bunch of leads and a bunch of leads that feel like we should be able to find them on the map, but they're not listed in the directory. I do think logically we might start out by going to the scene where the body was found and or the coroner to look at the body ourselves. Let me check in with the chat here though. Martinez says, the anomaly in Cormac's veins might not be what killed him. Might be some odd medical treatment. Might want to visit the guy selling cures. Interesting. Marlene says, if you have to ask what escapade means, ... I believe South Bank is the area between County Hall and Westminster Bridge and Southwark. Okay. Well, Westminster Bridge is here. Southwark. So maybe it's just this area here. Marlene says, I kind of wish you had location dots and threads. Anna is here, one of our best Sherlock Holmes Consulting detectives. Anna says, I guess if she posted a directory, we should check it out. Well, we're going to take a little break early here before we properly get started. I'll check out the directory. I'll make sure that we can search it to make sure there was nothing added to it. If she did add stuff to it, we'll need to use that directory instead of our base one. But that would be unusual. I've not seen that done before in a fan case, and it would make things a little more difficult, but maybe we'll see. But we're going to take a break now. Again, if you think you might want to play this case yourself, this would be the time to off-ramp from this video. For those of you who are going to stick with me, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We got a little hiccup here in that it looks like the game, for the first time that I've seen, is using a custom directory. Unless I'm misunderstanding, but let's see, because the zip file did come with a Word document of a directory, which I have printed out during the break. Now, let's see if we're right that it is custom. So we heard about Sheep's Head Warehouse and Pharmacy, and we looked it up. That's his rival. We looked it up here, and we don't see it. Is that right? SHE. Okay, no Sheep's Head here. Now, here is Abby's custom, or here's the directory provided, which I thought would just be a copy of the directory for use by people. And let's see, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, what's going on here with this formatting? SA continues here. All right, well, I don't see any Sheep's Head here, so maybe I'm wrong. I thought I did see. Well, look at this. Under chemists, we have Sheep's Head Pharmaceutical. Okay, with 2 E's, but no location. Let me just... So if we look up chemists in our normal directory, there's no Sheep's Head. So she has absolutely customized this directory, but on the other hand, there's no address. So that doesn't help us. Let me just check what my tablet... Let me check what my tablet version says. This is opening her directory. Let me look up chemists here. Still no address. Okay. Well, let's do another check. Let's look for that person that we thought, our dead victim. Our dead victim is Cormish. Carlton Cormish. Let's see if Carlton Cormish is in the custom directory. Oh, it's certainly not here, but it feels like this is ending too soon. I'm a little bit suspicious of this printout. This printout layout is all bad. We go to J, then we've got KE. Where's our KAs? And then here we have more Ks. Well, there is Carlton Cormish. So for sure, this custom directory has entries, but it's also laid out in this Word doc in an unfortunate fashion. Is the online version better? I mean, is the tablet loaded version? If we looked up K here, could we search for it better? Starting with KA to Cormish. Okay. Well, I think the solution then is to use the tablet version, because the layout of the printed version is no good, or it's here somewhere, but it's laid out poorly. All right, well, we're improvising. All right, so we've got a custom directory and we've got a tablet for us to search on. That's fine. Now, if we actually search, can we, let me see. I appreciate your patience for this. Let me see if I can get my keyboard here and search. Because maybe that normally now, this is an interesting issue. Normally, there are some digital versions of the directory available. Normally, I consider that cheating to search for things, because you shouldn't really be able to search for the directory, like searching for someone's first name or whatever. But let's see if in this case, if we searched, I don't think it's going to want me to search here. This Google Doc is having a hard time with this large document. But let's see, if we tried it really is slow on this. It's easier to search one occurrence found. Okay, well, so we can search if we get if we're not sure. Google Doc, this is not the ideal thing, but if we think something should be findable, but it's not, if someone else wants to go grab the version of this that's digital, that's fine. Okay, but we've got it. We can scroll through it. It's not so bad. All right, back to our case now. Now that we know that this digital directory is what we're going to be using, let's see if we can't find, is Sheep's Head, wasn't in the chemical section, but can we find it? Not here either, huh? Sheep's Head, there it is. Okay. So Sheep's Head Pharmaceutical and Sheep's Head Warehouses. Okay, and we're looking at the listings to the right. All right, so let's write this stuff down. Sheep's Head Pharmaceutical. We'll make a card for this. We've got the 12 Southeast is the pharmaceutical, and the warehouses at 39 Southeast. All right. Let's also get our information for Cormish. Why is it not wanting to? There we go. Let's find Cormish. Okay, Carlton Cormish, 43 Northwest. Well, that's interesting because it's right across the street from Sherlock Holmes's place. 43 Northwest is right across the street. There's 221B Baker Street, and here's where Cormish lives. All right. Now, we also have of interest the rival in Parliament, Senator Creamwell. Let's see if he's in here. Okay, I don't see Creamwell. All right. What about the ambassador Zhao or the Chinese embassy? Do we see a Chinese embassy? We see the China legation. That's what's mentioned in the newspaper dealing with the opium. China legation, 38 Northwest. 38 Northwest. So Abby has sort of broken the accepted rule of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases. She's just made her own directory when she wanted to add people. Let's hope that she hasn't changed entries. We'll have to assume by not. Let's see. Who else do we want to look up? I mean, I suppose if we're in for a penny, we might as well see if she's put the Prime Minister Gladstone in here. L-M-N-O. Whoa, look at that. There's William Gladstone. I mean, this prime minister is not going to just let Wiggins walk into his office. But, all right. Is there anyone else we wanted to look up? Yes, I think let's just make sure Zhao isn't in here somewhere, the ambassador to China. A little painful. On the next break, I'll see if I can't get this formatted a little better so it's a little smoother. We're not going to spend that much time on this directory. It's really just in the beginning. Okay, so I don't see Ambassador Zhao. That's fine. Chat says Sherlock probably off this guy because he's going to prevent Sherlock from getting his fix. Anna says, good point. Would Sherlock really support the removal of opium from London? Okay, well, I think we're in good shape here as long as our author didn't move existing places. We're not going to have that much need to go to the directory. Can you check S for Sheep's Head? I thought we did. I thought that's how we got the warehouse and the pharmaceuticals. I'll check it again. Yeah, okay. So there's two entries under Sheep's Head, pharmaceuticals and the warehouses, which I have written down here. Okay. Always a chance that these live mystery games, which we just open up and play, and sometimes I play used copies, there's always a chance for things to go horribly wrong. But so far, it hasn't happened to us. All right. So let me check the newspaper again. So, were there any other places? The only person we didn't find was Senator Creamwell, but we can maybe find him in Parliament. Brook Street we didn't find, but that's not a directory issue. That's a matter of searching the map. Elephant and Castle, Bow Street Station, Sheepshead Warehouse. Okay, Sheepshead Warehouse was 39 SE. Okay, so we may want to see if we can't find a. We may want to double check Creamwell. All right, so I would like to go to the scene of the crime, which we identified half hour ago. So 1EC. Or do we think this is going to be in the southeast neighborhood? It's a little hard to know whether you consider this southeast neighborhood an EC. Let's see, here's 1. And where is 1 EC is up. Sorry, let me do this better. All right, so this 1 EC is here. So this actually, shame on me, I should know this. It's actually 1 in the southeast neighborhood in South Bank. All right, let's head over to 1 SE and let's see if we can't find the scene of the crime. Sure enough. Police who had secured the scene of the crime approached the Baker Street irregulars to drop off Cormish's effects and brief your group on the details. Cormish was found in the water by Joseph Slimebow, one of the fishermen residents of the Southeast District. I got a sister, Joseph says, who looks just like Cormish here. Do they have a similar sense of fashion or something? No, you idiot cop, my sister has those. He points to the popping blackened veins on Cormish's decaying arms. Oh, she's been cursed by the witches. They've been around the area in droves recently. I say it's about time we start hunting them down. Witches? Yeah. Folks around here have been seeing them shuffling around the alleyways, murmuring incantations and such. Then the people turn up with arms like this. He motions to Cormish. Now my sister Ashley's been cursed too. If you want a primary resource, you should talk to her. With his arms crossed, he pauses and eyes us for a good 30 seconds and then says, Oh, I'm part of the South Bank Witch Hunters. Here's our card. He gives us a business card that says, Southeast Witch Hunters. Find us in the basement of the Elephant and Castle Theater. Show us this card. Oh, thanks for the tip, Wiggins says. After the exchange, Wiggins and the Baker Street irregulars take a closer look at Cormish's body. His shirt is ripped off. Near the heart is a black mark, a supposed witch's bite. It resembles an eviscerated spider web, as if black ink was injected and bled through the broken skin cells and blood vessels. Among Cormish's effects is the leather-banded watch he wore on his left wrist. The watch face is waterlogged and perpetually reads 9 p.m. Okay, fun stuff. So we found the witch hunters that wrote their article in the paper, trying to recruit new members. We already knew they were at the Elephant and Castle, but he's given us a card now to help us get in. We're told a little bit more about the veins that turn black. Near the heart is a black mark, as if someone's been poisoned. Like, has he been injected with something that's poisoned him? On the other hand, this witch hunter says his sister has got the same black veins and she's alive. So if this is a poison, it's not, doesn't seem like it's directly responsible for death. And we learned this guy's name, so we should go visit the sister. This guy's name is Joseph Slimebow. So we should look up Slimebow and try to talk to Ashley and see if she can tell us how she got these black veins. Did she get injected? Did she drink something? Is she taking some sort of medicine that's doing it? And then we've got this other clue about 9 p.m. Let's make a card here for clues. I guess we're to infer that the victim went into the water at 9 p.m. where the watch broke. So probably we have a time of death, or at least the time dumped into the water. Okay, where's our directory? Let's see if Slimebow is in our normal directory here. Don't even know if it's worth looking things up in the normal directory anymore. There's no Slimebow, but perhaps we should look for it here. Hmm. No Slimebow here either. Boy, he seems clear that he wants us to talk to her. He says, if you want a primary resource, you should talk to her. But maybe she's married. That's not her maiden name. We'll stop by the Elephant and Theater, and maybe we'll run into her there. Is it possibly dumped into the river further down? Time of death is 9 p.m. or earlier. I'm assuming the sister is still alive too. Okay. Let me keep notes the way we normally do. 1 southeast, scene of death, 9 p.m. death. Keep your eye open for Ashley Slimebow. Okay. Where shall we go next? Now, normally we don't visit allies until we want hints, because we tend to view the allies as sort of giving away hints. But on the other hand, when we've got a dead body, it's fairly common for us to want to go and see if they've done an autopsy. So I think we should do that just logically. But Anna wants to go to the witch hunters and follow up that route. All right, let's give them a couple hours to do the autopsy. In the meantime, let's go to the Elephant. To the theater where the witch hunters hang out, the Elephant and Castle, 13 Southeast. A swarthy man stands outside the abandoned Elephant and Castle Theater. We approach him, flash our Witch Hunter Brigade card, and he nods and knocks on the door in a specific pattern. It opens, and we're brought downstairs. In the basement, there are lit torches and black iron sconces on the walls that cast long alien shadows across the floor. A large round table sits in the center of the room, surrounded by a dozen or so men. The tallest of them wears a cross around his neck. He stands up and says, "Greetings, witch hunters." The other men answer in unison, "Greetings, Father Jory." The man, Father Jory, looks at us and says, "Lovely, new recruits." Wiggins coughs, "Actually, we're investigating a possible murder." The surly man we met outside speaks up, "Oh, what do you need to investigate? It's witches. People going mad, dying, wailing in the streets. It has to be." "Exactly right, my disciple," Father Jory says, "and soon we'll put an end to it all." "What do you mean?" Wiggins asks. "Well, we've tracked down the house, the source of this witchcraft. The mother of witches, Baba Yaga herself, stalks the streets terrorizing us, and tonight we will strike her down in her own domain." Wiggins and the Baker Street irregulars exchange a few anxious glances before asking, "And, where would that be?" "Archbishop's Park." Okay. They seem very sure of themselves. Archbishop's Park. The Mother Witch, Baba Yaga. And Father Jory, in case we want to find out what church he is a member of. Now, Archbishop's Park, I do not know offhand where that is. We've got Hyde Park and Regent's Park, the big park. Then we've got St. James Park. Buckingham Palace Gardens, Green Park, Queen's Walk. Where is Archbishop's Park? Okay, I see it. Archbishop's Park is here, just south of South Bank, or in the bottom corner of South Bank. Archbishop's Park, which is 90 southeast. Well, I mean, we do want to head down there and check it out, I guess. But is now the right time for that? There's the Elephant and Castle over here. So they're not that far away. All right, let's put a mark there. I guess we might as well go down there now before the witch hunters get there. See what we can find. 90 southeast. Let's do it. Baba Yaga isn't difficult to spot. She's cloaked in many different rags and dirty shawls. A large gnarled wooden stick rests beside her as she tears off pieces from a loaf of bread and tosses them on the ground to be gobbled up by the small horde of rats and pigeons that is gathered in front of her. She sees us approaching and rises to her feet with startling dexterity, grabbing her staff. Her face is covered in scars, boils, and dirt. Her nose is large and lopsided, and she has one green eye and one eye grayed with cataracts. Oi! Back away now, you lot, else I'll be hexing you with me witchly magics. She holds her staff in front of her like a weapon. Wiggins signals for us to stop and holds his hands up. We're not here to hurt you, miss, Baba Yaga. We just want to talk. Baba Yaga scowls for a moment, then lowers her staff. Are ya bobbies, then? Not exactly. Oi! Not exactly, my arse. We needed bobbies months ago when all this started. Now some fancy rich lad washes up here, and we get the not exactly bobbies. Perfect. When what started? People getting witched. The black veins, the skin acting crazy. It's been happening for 1.5 years now, but no one cared, because it was all just the poor and the homeless and the addicts. The only person in power who cared was Counselor Carlyle. So this witch business has been happening for quite some time. 1.5 years, she says. Yes, and everyone here has been panicking. They've been looking for someone to blame, and who do they come to? Oh, little old me, because I look like a witch. They even started calling me Baba Yaga. It's horrible. We're terribly sorry about that. Wiggins straightens his necktie awkwardly. You know where we could go to learn more about all this? The Bethlehem Asylum, or go find the river troll. The body was found in the river, wasn't it? He knows all the River Thames secrets. Could you maybe provide us a locus of his placement for us? So she recommends Bethlehem Asylum and the river troll. And she says, go down some other wormhole to find him, bobbies. Okay. So she's not going to tell us where this troll is. Some person, obviously, who probably lives under the bridges. He knows all the River Thames secrets. Okay. That was 13 Southeast Elephant. Okay. So they're trying to blame this old woman. It's been going on for 1.5 years, she says. She says there is one person that cared, Counselor Carlyle. She says, visit the Bethlehem Asylum. And then she says, the river troll. I mean, if I had to guess river troll, we might just check the bridges for that person, but maybe we'll get a lead on them more directly before we start hunting around. So 3 people mentioned, and they're all, and now this witch hunters are blaming her. I mean, I think we should advise her to go hang out in a shelter, not the park, for a while. I mean, it sure seems like that person got injected or something into their heart, not just drinking chemicals, but that could be wrong. And more symptoms of this, right? She told us a little bit more about the symptoms. Let's take a look at that again. She says, black veins, the skin and acting crazy. Like, this is not just messing with their veins, it's also making them crazy. For a year and a half, huh? All right, well, let's look up Carlisle in our directory so we can be prepared so we don't forget. Let's see. Is it easier if I give it to you full screen? Carlisle, Eli, 35 Southeast. And then we've got Bethlehem Asylum. I might as well just look it up right here since we're right next to the B's. Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, 28 Southeast. The River Troll, we don't know anything about that. Okay. Now, it is interesting if... So, okay, hold on. Let's think about this for a second. It's all happening in South Bend, right? The guy who's died, his enemy is a pharmaceutical company with a warehouse on the river. Does that not make you immediately think a pharmaceutical company dumping chemical waste into the Thames, which is poisoning people south of the Thames? Does that not sound like we've got a modern story of a pharmaceutical company dumping chemicals into the river? Looks like Martinez is mad that I pointed that out before, so before he did. Okay, where was our pharmacy? Where was our pharmacy? Where are my notes? The warehouse of Sheepshead, 39 Southeast. Where exactly is their warehouse? Okay. Warehouse is right here. I think we need to make a trip there right away. Let's check out this warehouse for ourselves. Which way does the water flow in the Thames? Does it go this way? Does it go east? "39 Southeast." Let's try it. We're greeted outside the Sheepshead shipping warehouse by a huge man with a shaved head and a scar over his right eye. When we approach him, he snarls, "What do you lot here for?" "We're investigating the death of Carlton Cormish." "I'm Wiggins, and we're the Baker Street Irregulars, and you are..." "Johans Timberly, I'm the foreman." "I see," Wiggins fidgets under the intensity of the big man's gaze. "How long have you been working for Sheepshead?" "Oh, ever since they bought this warehouse." "And when was that?" "About a year and a half ago." "It's cheaper to have one here on the South Bank, I suppose, but the neighborhood's..." He looks to the right and scoffs his words, "been less than welcoming." "What do you mean by that?" "A year and a half, huh?" "A year and a half? What do you mean by that?" Well, it's a dreadful area, lots of druggies. And Eli Carlisle, the local counselor, has been giving us hell. Worried about us making this place worse, if that's even possible. Wiggins peers behind Timberly and asks, "What do you keep in this warehouse?" "Our wares? What else? Medicines, all that." "Of course." Wiggins nods with a pause and then continues, "Actually, sir, we have a question we've been asking everyone about this area." "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "We were wondering your whereabouts yesterday evening." "I was at a pub on Borough High in Lant. Usual for my night routine." He rubs his hands together bashfully. "I got a bit of a habit." Pub on Borough High. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Ah. As we leave, one of us picks up a little trinket off the ground outside the warehouse. It's a fancy golden ring with Chinese characters on it. Okay. Golden ring with Chinese characters. That's going to tell us about someone who's been showing up, someone specific who's showing up to the warehouse, or does it mean they're getting opium delivered here? Are they making pharmaceuticals with opium? But yeah, that year and a half was the key thing. Year and a half warehouse, which matches up precisely with when people started getting crazy and sick. Okay. Golden ring, Chinese characters, but we're not. Either that's just a generic tie-in to some Chinese dealers, or it's someone specific's ring that we don't know about. Okay, and then he told us where, in case we want to check out his alibi, he also told us about Eli Carlisle, the local counselor who cares about this stuff, has been giving us hell. So he's on our side. We do want to talk to him. And then pub on Borough High and Land. Eli Carlisle, which we already looked up, and pub on Borough and Borough High and Land. I mean, I guess what you could say is even if we don't care about his alibi specifically, if this is a pub that all the warehouse workers work at, maybe they'll have heard some gossip. All right. So far, so good. Why don't we look up what that pub is? Let's see if it's in the main directory. A pub on Borough High and Land, in case we want to stop off there. So this is one of these fun little games you play with Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. He didn't give us the name of it, but presumably it is in the southeast. Well, Bar of Gold is a notorious bar in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but we've also got the White Eagle and the White Hart at 50-55. So let's see, Bar of Gold, 33 Southeast, and then 50 and 55. Let's see if we can't locate those and see if any of those are at the right address. 50 and 55 are down here. 55 is not on Borough. What about 50? could just try to find these streets. I just thought this might be easier. 55, 56, 58, 57. Where's our 50? What was the 33? So 33 is Tower. That's the gold bar, so that's not it. Oh, there's 50. Lambeth Place, Westminster. Okay, so I don't see our streets, but maybe it might not even be in the directory, or it might be in the new directory, but let's just try to find the street then. So Borough High and Lant. Okay, well, here's Borough High. So where is Lant? Borough High, and Lant. Okay, so it's either going to be 80 or 8. 80 southeast or 8 southeast if we want to stop by there. And we've already located Eli Carlisle. He's at 35 southeast. All right. Joj says he found Brook Street between 67 and 14 southeast. Thank you for identifying that. Let's see, 67 southeast. Okay, yes, there is Brook Street. So we were looking for Brook Street because it's mentioned in the paper that there was a fire on Brook Street, an unoccupied home on Brook Street. Well, let's see. Looks like Brook Street goes here and curves around and then ends. So really, this fire on Brook Street, if there was a reason we wanted to go to that, it looks like probably it's going to be 25, 26, 14, or 67. Okay, so we could just knock on those doors on Brook Street if we had a good reason to find that fire, which we don't at this point, at least. It has been pointed out just now in the chat that the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum is right here on Brook Street. And the witch said we should go there to learn about it. All right, why don't we head now to the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum and see what there is to see there. I don't know what we're gonna say, why we're here. The witch told us about it. I guess we shouldn't refer to her as the witch, though. The Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum, sterile but dreary from the weight of its responsibility to take care of the worst part of London, informs us that for the past year and a half, they've been swamped with patients adorning the same blackened veins we've seen around town so many times. We're referred to a doctor who says morbidly, all of the patients have been experiencing hallucinations, and when tested, we found high amounts of opium in their system. Normal opium doesn't react with the body like that. Usually its usage just includes the normal nausea, vomiting, drowsiness, lightheadedness, the likes. Then he looks at his clipboard, narrows his eyes, and says, I don't know if I should tell you this, You need to promise me you won't hurt him, yeah? We're here to help, sir. Well, Hippocratic oath, you know. Now, my patients have been telling me they've been getting their dope from a guy at the London Bridge station. We thank him and begin to leave quickly, hoping to not be infected by the seeping, morose nature of the establishment. But on our way out, the receptionist in the front informs us, "Do you know the counselor around here, Eli Carlisle? She's an absolute angel." She's an absolute angel, has been coming to visit the patients on a regular basis for the last few months. She's the only one who really seems to care about us citizens, doing all she can for the South Bank. I've missed her, though. She hasn't been around for the past few days. Uh-oh. Is Eli Carlisle in trouble? She's clearly one of the good ones. 28 Southeast is the asylum. And we're told we're told a couple of key things here, right? First of all, it's some form of opium, right? Some form of opium, but not the normal kind. It sounds like in modern terms, we've got our designer drug synthetic opium being created by Sheep's Head. And then he tells us where the drug dealer is. London Bridge Station is where the dealer deals from. And then she says to visit Eli Carlisle hasn't showed up. I'm afraid we're going to find her dead. Eli is a she. Yes, Eli is a she, it seems. I don't know why that's bothering the chat. Okay. Now, let's look up these London Bridge Station. London Bridge Station is 4 Southeast. We should have said before, maybe it goes unspoken, but the southeast of London is the poorest, roughest area of London. That's why they're all referring to the poor people and why this is the worst area of town. And London Station is where? Up here somewhere here, right? London Bridge Station is up here. This could be the troll. Who knows? I'm starting to fear for Eli Carlisle, though. I think we're going to have to knock on her door to make sure she's okay. Why don't we do that before we take a break? Because time could be of the essence if they're trying to get rid of her. So 35 Southeast. When we arrive at Eli Carlisle's residence, the butler comes to the door. "I'm afraid Madame Carlisle isn't home at the moment. Hasn't been home since late last night. If I had to guess, I would say she's likely at her office, working herself to the bone." Where might her office be? Well, west of here on Belvedere Road. Say, you work with the police, right? Could you do me a favor? And what might that be? Madame Carlisle tells me she's regularly seen a bald man lurking around the property. She's reported it several times, but nothing has come of it. In all honesty, I'm not sure myself if there's anything to it, but for her peace of mind, I would appreciate it if you could make sure the report gets through. I do believe he's the reason she's been avoiding coming back. Wiggins nods. Thank you. We'll see what we can do. Okay, so now we've got a sign of possibly person of interest. "35 Southeast. This is Carlisle residence. He says she hasn't come back since last night. I'm a little concerned about that. He's not worried, though. He thinks she's at work. I am a little concerned, though. But he does say where her office is. Belvedere Road. West of here. West of 35 Southeast. And then we get a description of someone working about that has made her scared. All we're told is he's a bald man. So keep your eye open for that. Anna says YouTube is dropping frames. Anyone else experiencing any frame drops? I do see that YouTube says 4 missed frames, but that probably shouldn't be noticeable by you. Okay, anyway, let's find her work because I'm concerned about her safety. So we were just at 35 Southeast. She's the counselor for this area, so it makes sense. Everything is down here in this area. Where is our 35 Southeast? There's 34. Three, 32, 34. Sometimes it's surprisingly hard to find places. It's actually an interesting issue how you lay out these numbers. I've written code to do it for New York Noir, which isn't perfect, but it feels like it's a little better. Okay, well, there's 35. All right, so we just went to 35. And then he says it's west on Belvedere, west of here on Belvedere Road. Where's our Belvedere Road? West of here on Belvedere Road. There's Belvedere Road. Okay, so really only 2 possible places, 49 or 50. Probably 49. Okay, let's knock on the door of her office and hopefully we're not going to find her dead or crazed. Okay. So before I knock on the door, why don't we take our next break? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Little reminder. In the normal way that Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective was framed, you're supposed to be competing with Holmes to solve the case as quickly as possible, visiting as few leads as possible, which results in some very odd strategy where some groups play it as soon as they think they figured it out. They go to the end and they check the answer and try to make intelligent guesses about the questions. That's not how we play it here. We tend to play it as completionists. We want to see everything. We don't worry about trying to solve it quickly, at least officially, though we try to theorize early and often about what's going on, which goes against Holmes's advice to not theorize early. But one of the other things we do is when we get a case that we think we have figured out early, to help motivate us, we sort of shift from our mission being to figure it out to being our mission to being to gather proof of it. So even if we think we figured out this case, we still have to gather enough evidence to prove it. Now, I will say it seemed to me like a very good early theory was that the pharmaceutical company was dumping chemicals in the Thames and it was poisoning people. But now it feels like there might be a different explanation, which is that Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals may be involved in producing some kind of opium-based drug medicine that has been resulting and dealing it out of their warehouse. And it's been causing people to go crazy, maybe like a synthetic opium or something, opium-derived drug. And it may not be that it's getting dumped in the water, just that they're dealing this illegal drug, but that they also know that they can kill off people like They can kill off the opponents to the opium dealing. And we've got two possible opponents. One is Cormish, this socialite, who's opposed to the Sheep's Head pharmaceutical. But the other person who seems to be opposed to this pharmaceutical company and concerned about all the overdoses and deaths is Eli Carlisle. And we are concerned about her life. We've knocked on her door at home. We've been told someone is following her around, but she hasn't been home since last night. Go check her work. She's probably there. So we're going to knock on that door and see, hopefully, if she's safe at her work. Eli Carlisle's receptionist leads us up to her office. It's compact. It's a compact but well-appointed space. Walls are lined with books, and on the desk sits a photograph of Carlisle with a man and a child. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice, Counselor Carlisle, Wiggins says. We have a few questions about the murder of Carlton Cormish. I just heard he passed. Carlisle holds up the newspaper on her desk. The headline reads, Carlton Cormish drowned in the Thames. What was your opinion of Mr. Cormish, Mrs. Carlisle? A difficult question. Politically, the two of us were at odds. Oh, on what issues? She grimaces at the thought of him, but responds with care. Oh, the drug trade, mainly, though there are some who might consider Cormish one of my greatest allies on that front. Wiggins cocks his head. Do you know of anyone in the district, the South Bank, that is, who may have wished Cormish harm? Carlisle looks at Wiggins carefully and then puts her newspaper down. Cormish and his pharmaceuticals embody the type of corruption that infests the elite of this city. Any man with money can put on a top hat and call himself a gentleman, enjoy a spotless public reputation, regardless of what atrocities he may have committed to acquire his fortune. Atrocities, you say, Carlton Cormish? The same. Anyone in this city who knew what Cormish was up to might have asked themselves whether taking that man off the street would be worth trading their life and reputation for. Mrs. Carlisle glances at her watch. Now, gentlemen, ladies, I wish I could continue this conversation, but I have another appointment in just a few minutes. Wiggins rises from his seat. If I may, before we're on our way, where were you last night, say around 9 p.m.? I was at home, she says, caring for my family. Well, it's a bit of a surprise. We were here worried about her health and safety. And now she's lied to us about where she was. That is an outright lie. Butler says she hasn't been home all night. The other thing that's weird is we sort of jumped to some conclusions about Cormish that seem to be wrong. But do we understand this? She says we're politically at odds regarding the drug trade. Then she says, though there are some who might consider Cormish one of my greatest allies on that front. I don't really understand. They're politically at odds on the drug trade, but some would consider them allies. I wish Wiggins had asked her, what does she mean? But then she says, Cormish and his pharmaceuticals embody corruption. when we thought Cormish was against the pharmaceuticals, but we were actually only told that Cormish was against sheepshead pharmaceuticals. Not necessarily that he didn't make. Does he have his own pharmaceutical? I think it's time to visit Cormish's home and learn a little bit more about our victim. But why is she lying? I mean, according to the asylum, she really cares about her people. So lied about whereabouts 9 p.m. last night. Very strange. All right, well, I want to go talk to Cormish and get more background on him. But I want to read this introduction again. For the past few years, he's devoted himself to ending the opium trade. Is it possible it's a bug? And that text really was her talking about Senator Creamwell? I wonder if that was a bug and she was really talking about. Well, no, that can't be a bug. That would be too central. Joseph says, talk to Cormish. Isn't he dead? I mean, talk to his family and find out what he was about. So she says Cormish was corrupt and all that. I think we might have to talk to the socialite newspaper contact and learn more about Cormish. And I want to knock on his family door and find out what they have to say. Okay, so let's do that. But let's mark down where we just were, since these places, if this is our culprit, if Eli Carlisle is our killer for some reason, then tracking her whereabouts might be important for us. Okay, so where does Cormish live? 43 Northwest, that's right next to us. All right, let's see what his family says. Arriving at Carlton Cormish's address, a pair of haggard eyes peer through the slim opening of the door. I'm not accepting visitors at the moment, a voice says in a low tone. The door begins to close. Wiggins forces his shoe into the doorframe. We've been appointed by Sherlock Holmes to investigate the case of your husband's murder, Wiggins belts out. And then the door swings open. Jane Cormish, eyes reinvigorated, shows us in. She's in her 40s, slender, and maintains an eminent stature despite her wearied appearance. We enter a tidy sitting room. Tell me everything you know, Jane says. I've been left in the dark since this morning. That wretched man Lestrade wouldn't even let me see my husband's body. I'm afraid we're in no position to tell you much of anything at all, says Wiggins. We were hoping to learn more about the state of Mr. Cormish's affairs prior to his passing. Well, you read the papers, didn't you? Don't you? His business was thriving, but did Carlton rest on his laurels? She sighs in mourning. Ah, no. Out of the goodness of his heart, Carlton dedicated himself to helping those affected by the opium epidemic worldwide. My husband was so devoted to healing those afflicted, he gained the mutual support of the Prime Minister. Most everybody Carlton spoke with found themselves inspired by his efforts. Most everybody? Oh, that Lestrade would have none of my theories before he left, but the only and most vehement opponent to his cause I'd ever met was that scoundrel, Senator Creamwell. She perverted his message into whatever served her cruel agenda that day. And ever at her heels is Jonathan Hermes. Him and his apothecary has come in second up against Sheepshead for the better half of 20 years. No values that man. He'll espouse any ideology he thinks will turn him a profit. She goes on for a while, but nothing much else of merit is mentioned, except for how amazing and purposeful her husband was in all his endeavors. We thank Mrs. Cormish for her time and leave the house. So, okay. She says her husband was devoted to healing those afflicted, which we should worry about, because does this mean, like, are they coming up with an alternate drug that's supposed to cure opium addiction but is killing people? Is that what's happening and driving people crazy? Is it not opium but some cure to opium? But then she says the most vehement opponent is Creamwell. We heard about him already. Now, Senator Creamwell is another woman. She perverted his message into whatever served her cruel agenda that day. Ever at her heels was Jonathan Hermes. Jonathan Hermes. Is she saying he works with Creamwell? And then what does this say? Him and his apothecary come in second up against Sheepshead. Did we misunderstand the introduction? Is Cormish the one who runs Sheepshead Pharmacy? I thought that was his enemy. I'm confused now. Oh. Oh. Okay. I completely read this statement. I read it that his main opposition is Senator Creamwell, who works in Parliament and owned Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals. But now it's clear Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals is Cormish's company. Well, that changes everything. I see. Huh. So Sheepshead Pharmaceutical is Cormish's company, and Cormish is trying to end the opium trade, and yet we found a Chinese ring outside Cormish's Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals. And Eli Carlisle says that Cormish is corrupt and is against her, but some people might say we're on the same side. Is that because Cormish is in public against opium, but really he's not? That's why Carlisle doesn't like him. Very interesting. Plot thickens. Okay. Now I'm glad we got that cleared up. So what I think I'd like to do now to follow this line of work is to stop by Sheepshead Pharmaceutical head office, learn a little bit more. So we went to the warehouse already, but the main office is 12 Southeast. So let's go to the main office here, which is right there. Okay, let's go to Sheepshead Pharmaceutical now that we understand a little bit more that it's Cormish's company. Our meeting with James Lockmere ends before it can start when at the door of the Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals office. Lockmere himself greets us but doesn't let us inside. I'm terribly sorry. This is a most inconvenient time. Unfortunately, one of our more volatile chemicals has had a spill. All but authorized personnel have been evacuated, he says. Wiggins crosses his arm. Could we still trouble you for some information? We thought Cormish's second in command might know where and what he was doing around the time of his death. Well, I don't know that I have much to say. They've all been so busy working on the China initiative of late that, well, we don't keep the best of tabs on one another. I do know this much. He was gone from the offices all day. His eyes flit to the side. We established a new warehouse, and the district councilor has been giving us trouble with codes and taxes and inspections ever since we bought the space. The crone. Day before, Cormish went down to the warehouse to sort out something or another about it not being up to building standards. All nonsense, if you ask me. It smells of Hermes. He was always jealous of Carlton, that lout. Hermes? Well, his business rival, the head of Hermes Apothecary. Got it. So you know where he was before he died? Lockmere gazes out at the street behind us. Well, he went to the warehouse in the morning. I have no idea how long he was there or his whereabouts afterwards. Okay, so we've just tied into Jonathan Hermes, which is rival, who we just heard about. And we hear that Eli Carlisle, the counselor, has been giving this Cormish company a really hard time, dragging him through these tax loopholes, loops, and all these red tape. She's trying to tie him up in red tape so he can't open his warehouse. And they've also had a spill. Sounds like the counselor is justified in being concerned about this company. Okay, and this was Lockmere, James Lockmere. Well, we're definitely going to want to talk to Jonathan Hermes, but he tells us a little bit of our timeline information. He says, in terms of our timeline, he says Cormish at warehouse in the morning. That's all he knows. The other thing, the day before he went to the warehouse, and then what was he doing in the morning? Warehouse. Interesting. What's this thing about his eyes footing to the side? They're all working on the China initiative. That's we read about in the paper, trying to ban opium. I really wonder if what's happening is this company is trying to make a synthetic opium. So they ban opium and then they can reap all the profits selling some synthetic opium. Seems like we're all on the same page here. Cormish wanted opium gone. He wants his own drugs on the streets. Yes, I think we're right. And then you guys want to go to the morgue. Okay, I like it so far. I like that this case seemed so straightforward at first. Now it's gotten a little tangled. I do want to find the drug dealer. You guys want to go to the morgue? All right, let's go to the morgue. Let's see if they've done an autopsy. So there's two people we could visit. The head medical examiner, Meeks, would be where the autopsy would be. And then if the criminologist is needed, we could talk to Murray. But let's go visit Meeks, 38 EC. But I'm almost more interested in our criminologist to see if he's heard anything about some synthetic opium. But let's start out at the morgue. See if they've done an autopsy. Sir Jasper Meeks says that Cormish's peculiar symptoms are startlingly similar to the symptoms of several patients he's treated from the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. He also points out that in Cormish's arm we can see a puncture from a pin or a needle. It appears the cause of death wasn't actually drowning, he says. Well, what was it then? As confounding as it may seem, it appears our good Mr. Cormish overdosed on some kind of drug. Died of drug. No toxicology report. Well, let's see if Murray can shed some light on this. 22 Southwest. H.R. Murray says he found high amounts of an opiate in Cormish's body, but he's never encountered this particular drug until today. There we go. There's the synthetic opium. There we go. I think that this theory is falling into place. He's trying to ban opium, but they're making a synthetic opiate or some derived of opium. Okay. Very interesting. Let's find Hermes of this apothecary rival because I'd like to talk to him. All right. So I don't see him in the main directory, so let's check our own. I did try converting this to a different format. It doesn't seem like it wants to load here on this tablet. That's weird. Oh, good. This is easier. Okay, so Hermes. There he is, right there. There's his per house and his apothecary. All right, let's give him a card. Okay, so this is the rival. We've got a home of 41 Southwest and his apothecary 72 Southwest. All right, let's find out. I mean, he might have some gossip on what Cormish is really up to. Let's try him at home first. 41 Southwest. When we knock on the door to the Hermes residence, we're greeted by a tiny little girl. Wiggins kneels down to be face to face with her. Oh, miss, and what's your name? His child-speaking voice is condescending and awkward. Daisy, she says sweetly but flatly. Hello, Daisy. Are you in charge here? She smiles and shakes her head. No, that's my dad. Ah, that's too bad. Is your father home? He's out at his shop right now. Oh, dreadfully sorry, Daisy. We'll be on our way. Wiggins stands straight up again and begins to walk away. Wait! Daisy calls out, worried. Please be careful, sir. My father told me there's a witch in London. Wiggins turns back to her, amused. A witch, you say? Baba Yaga. She's ugly and frightening and horrible. My father's one of the witch hunters, so he knows. He says she's in Archbishop's Park. Well, don't worry, Daisy. We'll be careful. Okay. So we already knew that information. Not important for us, but he's at work. Okay, that was a fun little encounter. Now let's knock on his work door. We step through the dingy door of Hermes' apothecary and are greeted by Jonathan Hermes, a stocky, tired-looking man in his mid to late 30s. Running his own business has clearly taken a toll on him. His light brown hair is graying at the temples and his face covered in patches of dark whiskers, untouched by a razor for several weeks. He stands behind a counter, the wall behind him lined with herbs, leaves, and salves in a variety of strange jars and bottles. We introduce ourselves as the Baker Street Irregulars, and Hermes furrows his brow in confusion. Well, that means we're here doing the work of Sherlock Holmes. Maybe you've heard of him. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Carlton Cormish. Well, of course, anything I can do to help, he responds with a hardened warmth. Wiggins sits down. Well, first, what was your opinion of the man? Oh, I dearly looked up to him. Quite a shame what happened. He did so much good work, ridding the streets of opium, a real saint. And there isn't a hint of cynicism or irony in his voice. Were you jealous of his business? Well, not particularly. Would I have liked that level of success? Of course. I never thought of us as business rivals, really. People come to me for a more personal experience. Sheepshead has stockpiles of all sorts of salves and cures, but they don't have the sort of hospitality I do. He leans back and puts his hands comfortably on his stomach. That's what I take pride in. Oh, I'm sure. One last question, though. Where were you last night between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m.? When asked this, Hermes looks panicked and confused, understanding the implication of the question. Oh my. Well, I was seeing All's Well at the Allegro Theater with my wife. I had been saving up for those tickets for months. You see, I actually still have my ticket right here. He fishes it out of his pocket and hands it over to Wiggins, who inspects it. Best show I've ever seen. Wiggins hands the ticket back and gets up. Thank you, Mr. Hermes. That will be all. Okay, so this guy is not anyone we care about. It is interesting. This guy's innocent. He's got an alibi. It checks out. We could go to the Allegro Theater if we wanted to double check his alibi, but it sure sounds good to me. I do think it is interesting in terms of gameplay that Wiggins keeps asking people their alibis. And we probably do want to check that warehouse worker's alibi. But we have caught Eli Carlisle lying to us. I mean, he's shown us the tickets. You really want to check his alibi, huh? You suspect this guy? This guy seems so innocent to me. But I guess he could be lying. He does have a motive to want to get rid of Cormish. But I believe this guy for sure. But if you guys want to check his alibi, we could. Hermes alibied at the Allegro Theater. I do want to make a to-do item so we don't forget to check the alibi at the bar of the warehouse worker, because it seems like we should be checking alibis. All right. Where shall we go next? You guys want to check that alibi? You really are concerned about this guy? All right, we'll check the alibi. I'm more interested in, I wonder if it's time to check the cabs to see if we can find Eli Carlisle going where she shouldn't. I don't think I need the directory for the Allegro Theater. I think I know where it is. Let's just find it visually. It's right in this theater district here. There's the Allegro Theater 94. All right, let's go 94 WC. Let's check this guy's alibi, and then we can take him off our list, because he's surely not a suspect. We ask around about Jonathan Hermes' attendance at last night's performance and quickly hear from an usher that he'd been seen in the front row bawling at the marriage in the final scene. That's sweet. That's pretty sweet. It was his favorite show he ever saw, and it really emotionally affected him. Love it. Okay. So he is completely clear. I don't know why you guys suspected him. I knew from talking to him that he was not our guy. He was too forthright. I also think our warehouse worker is going to be probably cleared, but he could be working with Carlisle. So let's do that check out. Let's check his alibi on my to-do list. I think, Anna, you're just asking about it now. Did we go to that pub? And I was just saying, no, we didn't. That's the alibi of our worker. Where did we say that pub was? Let me check my notes here. Pub on Borough High and Lent, which was 80 Southeast or 80 East. So we did track down the pub, and we said it was here on Borough High and Lant. So it's either 80 or 8. All right, this is the alibi of the warehouse worker. Southeast 80 or 8. Let's see. What's our most likely? I guess if you had to guess, I might guess 80. Okay, there's no 80, so the bar isn't there. Let's see if it's 8. Yes, it is. And let's see what we've got here. The Toadstool is the name of the pub at the intersection of Lant and Borough High. It's dank, musty, and filled with a rough and tumble crowd in which Johannes Timberley would fit perfectly. Gnarled, intimidating men gather over billiards tables, evoking a grimy masculinity only appreciated in the South Bank. We approach the barkeep. He puts down the mug he'd been cleaning and raises a bushy eyebrow. Gentlemen. As Wiggins shows him his badge, he says, Good day, we're just here to check up on an alibi. Tend to get that a lot here. Always some crime happening. Who's this about? Johann Timberley. Was he here last night? That he was. Downed a good pint he did. That man can handle himself. The barkeep chuckles. Okay, so that clears his alibi, which I believed right from the start. We have to, this might be a good time to take a moment to appreciate the quality of writing here. I am often surprised how good these fan-written scenarios, how good the actual dialogue and writing here and imagery. The grimy masculinity only appreciated in the South Bank. I mean, this is very well written. Abby Yaff has a way with words. Joseph still thinks that Johannes is the guy that's been following Eli Carlisle. I'm not sure. He seems like he's been drinking, but he does live in the neighborhood. So, okay, but he's been alibied out. We have got one person who we've caught in a full out lie, and that's Eli Carlisle. So I wonder if it's time. Well, I love checking the cab logs. It's one of my favorite things to do in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases because often it cracks the case wide open when you find your suspect. But I do feel like it's best left for last. And there are a couple of loose ends that we should take care of, right? And what might those be? Okay, we've checked his alibi, so we're done with that. And maybe I'll put these cards. Okay, what other places haven't we been before we go to the cabs? What other loose ends were we curious to check out? I see 2 right there. Yes, Marco says what I was thinking. We have not, and Joseph as well, we have not followed up on the China angle. That's right. So I think we also haven't found the river troll and the drug dealer. So I think we should hit those. Okay, let's track down the China angle since that was an important one. Speaking of which, you guys may all be too young for this, but has anyone seen a very famous movie at its time called The China Syndrome? I think that was the name of it. Boy, I haven't seen that movie in decades. I'm curious to check it out. Who knows what the China Syndrome was? What movie was it? nuclear reactor movie. That's absolutely right. It's Jane Fonda, and is Chris Christopherson in it as well? It's definitely Jane Fonda. It's a very cool movie. It was very important at the time about a nuclear incident. That's right. So let's not spoil it. Let's not say anything more. There's your homework for tonight. Go watch The China Syndrome. Have we gone to London Bridge Station yet to track down the drug dealer? No, we haven't. Those are the two things we're going to do now. We're going to follow up the China leads, and then we're going to check on the drug dealer. So we have the Chinese legation from the newspaper, 38 Northwest. Let's see. Remember, we found the Chinese ring, too. So let's see if we can't... 38 Northwest. It does not have an entry. That's a little surprising. Let's look at our directory again. Let's see if something didn't go wrong there. China legation, 38 Northwest. I think that's going to be a little bit of a bug in the game, a tiny bug. I'll show you why. But first, before I do, I think we did look up the ambassador's name. Where was that? Hey, we should also follow up the drug entries here, but where was the Chinese legation, Prime Minister Gladstone? Now, let me do this first. Chinese opium ban. Sources at both the Chinese legation and Prime Minister Gladstone's offices, growing support. And then in the intro, we were told the name of the ambassador, Zhu Ming Zhao, but we didn't find him in our directory. I'm getting dizzy scrolling through this. He's not in our he's not in our directory. What about government offices? Do we have a Chinese office? No, because we were told it's expressly 38 Northwest. Okay, I think that's going to be a slight bug because I'll show you why. Because there is an entry here for 37 Northwest. So it's like just across the street of the legation. So that feels like it should be... It feels like that's just a bug. 37 Northwest, 38 Northwest. Ambassador Zhu Ming Zhao of the Chinese legation welcomes us into his office and offers us tea. Wiggins declines on all of our behalf. We're in a rush. The ambassador is startlingly tall and gaunt, but his eyes are kind. He speaks the Queen's English perfectly well, with only the slightest hint of an accent. Ambassador Zhao, what was the nature of your relationship with the deceased? We were friends, dear friends. From our very first meeting, we got along brilliantly. He was an extraordinary listener. I gave him one of my rings. Zhao gestures toward the golden rings with varying Chinese characters he wears on both hands. We were even planning to possibly holiday together in Hong Kong together. And how did the head of a pharmaceutical company get a meeting with a foreign ambassador in the first place? In the beginning, it was because he was so well connected. He went to school with Prime Minister Gladstone, you know. They're old friends. He also knew plenty of people in Hong Kong, friends and distributors and the like. Once we started to get to know each other, we became fast friends. He was an extraordinarily good listener, always wanting to hear about China. Did he like to talk about anything in particular? As I'm sure you know, Carlton had sworn to rid the world of the scourge of opium. His company used to take part in the opium trade, but when he saw its dastardly effects firsthand, he had a change of heart. With Gladstone's help, he tried to shut it down, one merchant at a time. However, his quest didn't end after the opium trade did. Presently, many of the farmers in my country are growing poppy themselves as an additional source of income, feeding into the common people's tragic addiction. Carlton was helping me draft up opium regulation and drug crime enforcement proposals to take back to my government. One last question, then we'll be on our way. Did anyone oppose your friendship or Cormish's involvement in foreign affairs? Senator Creamwell comes to mind. She didn't agree with his meddling in the dealings of other countries, especially mine. Thank you, Ambassador. Okay, so we know Cormish is probably still trying to get involved in this synthetic opium. Another mention of the Prime Minister, who I guess we're just going to talk to just for the fun of it. But now we're told here he gave him the ring. So, sorry, that was up here. He says he gave him one of his rings. Why do I keep marking it wrong? Okay, I gave him one of my rings. So what does that tell us? You tell me. What does this tell us? What conclusions can we draw from this new information? Joseph Mayu says he was in on it. No, I don't think that's right. He was murdered in the warehouse. Marco is got it. Anna says we found the ring, yes. But I think what this piece of information tells us now is that it's a ring that Cormish wore. And if he dropped it at the warehouse, then it seems likely he was attacked at the warehouse. That's a reasonable conclusion. Not a certainty, but I do think it's a reasonable conclusion. We know he went to the warehouse in the morning. I think he could have just dropped it by accident, but a big heavy gold ring, if you dropped it, you would notice it. And certainly if you were the killer, you wouldn't be volunteering that you gave one of your rings to someone. So I do think that our ambassador here is in the dark and not involved at all. Okay. We need to find this other woman senator, because I wonder if the two women aren't the witches. So look how clever a literary device. We've got a good writer here. Is it possible that what Abby Yaff, the author here, is doing is a little play on words, in that the poor people of South Bend have blamed the witches and the witchcraft for this murder. They've blamed the old-looking woman witch in the park. But is it possible that the real culprits here are the two young politician women? Are they the witches that are responsible, I wonder? Let's stop over to Parliament and see if we can't find the offices of Senator Creamwell and ask her where she was last night. So, offices of Parliament, we could find them in the directory, but we happen to know where Parliament is. It's down here across Westminster Bridge. Okay, so 16 Southwest. Let's see if we can't find Senator Creamwell. I knew Anna was going to chime in when I mentioned my literary theory here. Let's see what our chief of detectives, Anna, thinks about this theory. Anna says, yes, likely. Probably was injected and killed in his warehouse, then dumped into the river, unless he was abducted from the warehouse, although we haven't heard about signs of, oh, I thought she was going to be chiming in on my witch theory. Okay. Here we go. We're walking into Parliament. Everyone, please talk quietly. Although it took a bit of hustle to worm our way through Parliament to get to Senator Creamwell's office, we were eventually able to approach her. Cormish, he's a cheat, she said as she shuffled papers on her desk. I always knew he was up to something. She lifts an eyebrow as the papers straighten. Perhaps that something came back to end him. Can you elaborate on that? Asks Wiggins. Zhu Ming Zhao, the Chinese ambassador, had been working to push anti-opium trade legislation with China because he thinks that it will open up more jobs for Chinese people to farm opium themselves. You can grow it anywhere, so he's a little right. She pauses to look at some of the papers on her desk. And if you ask me, China's opium problem is no business of ours. They have it, they should deal with it. Uh-huh. She thinks again, her mind working as she speaks. I guess sending Zhao over to cancel us Brits was their first step in the operation. And I guess Zhao was technically on the right path, edging there slowly. She pauses and her face contorts, but then Cormish joined the picture and started pushing for the tariff to be passed more and more quickly, without any plan for reducing England's export accordingly. She raises her fingers and chuckles to Wiggins. Maybe he was trying to suck up to Gladstone or something. Prove that our Protestant Enlightenment could fix everyone else's problems. Interesting. I can bet you Cormish wasn't even thinking about the addicts in China losing their supply, or the skyrocketing prices, or how it would affect the livelihoods of suppliers and traders. Senator Creamwell stretches back in her office chair, crosses her arms over her chest, and looks Wiggins directly in the eye. I think the fact that he's dead shows that he was in this whole situation a little deeper than me or Zhao ever considered. She pauses and her eyes narrow, but even given what happened to him, I wouldn't be quick to call Cormish the only victim in this case. Wiggins nods as she finishes her monologue. Then he says carefully, we've got just one more question, Senator Creamwell. Yes. You know what he's going to ask her, don't we? I'm afraid protocol dictates I ask about your whereabouts last night. Just protocol, that's all. Oh, if you must know, although it's absolutely none of your business, I was occupied by a personal engagement at the Bridge House Hotel. She raises an eyebrow. I trust you'll treat this information with the utmost confidence. All right. How cool was it that we knew right at the end he was going to ask for an alibi? Pretty cool. All right. And she has given us an alibi. The Bridge House Hotel, maybe having a little illicit affair. Pretty cool. Okay. She actually sounds kind of innocent to me. And as I was thinking about it, like, does she really have a motive? She's opposed to him politically, but that's not really a motive to get involved in someone's death. All right. Bridge House Hotel. Well, we're going to check her alibi. We're going to find out soon enough. Soon enough. But first, we have to take a little break. I'm very pleasantly surprised that this turned out to be a full-length case. I thought it looked so short that it was going to be over quickly. But we've actually got a full, honest-to-God case here on our hands. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat is discussing a theory that sounds very interesting for a couple of reasons. So we just talked to the politician. She said, I'm going to tell you where I was last night, but keep it confidential. She told us she was in the Bridge House Hotel. And the chat says, was she hooking up with the other woman, Eli Carlisle? Melissa has come up with this theory first. She says, I said the two of them may be the witches, maybe the culprits working together. Then I was thinking, oh, she kind of sounds believable. Would she really have a motive? But now Melissa says, are these two women gay? One was lying about where she was. That's Eli Carlisle. We caught in a lie. The other one was in a hotel. Is it going to turn out that they were together? Joe J. Anderson says, that's an idea, Melissa, and that's why Eli lied where she was. And it says, I guess we have to go to the hotel to find out for sure. Now, that is a really wonderful idea. Now, why is that so cool a thing if it's true? It has to do with, this is something that real police, this is a kind of thing that happens in real police work, which is why it's particularly interesting if it's true. Because we've caught this woman in a lie, Eli Carlisle. She's given us an alibi that's a lie. And we immediately assume, okay, she's our number one suspect. She's probably our killer. But just like in real police work, sometimes people lie to the police because they're trying to cover up other information, not because they're necessarily guilty on that crime. So it would be fascinating if it did turn out that Eli Carlisle lied to us, became our number one suspect, but really she had a different reason for lying to avoid the scandalous nature of it. I mean, we're not even police. So maybe she figured, you know, what she has to tell us that she was having this affair with this woman. Okay, but we know where we're going to go. We're headed right to the Bridge House Hotel. We're going to check on this alibi before this politician has a chance to call them and fake it. Bridge House Hotel is 3 Southeast. All right, let's see if we can get them to talk to us. The Bridge House Hotel in the South Bank is what one would expect from a hotel in the South Bank, rife with adventurous irregulars, grimy, dim. When we approach the concierge, his expression of neutrality turns to one of distaste. The presence of police or police adjacent is bad news in an establishment such as this. Good day, sir, Wiggins says. Fear not, our business here is brief. There's only one person we'd like to ask about. The concierge scans through the hotel address book on his desk. Okay, who is it? Senator Creamwell, says Wiggins. The concierge perks up an eyebrow. Oh? Could you verify her whereabouts last night? She tells us she met up here with a contact. I'm sure you would have taken notice of such a presence. The concierge smirks. Yes, she was here last night with her lover, James Brattleboro, one of the most sought-after bachelors in London. He smiles and sighs. That young man will never be tied down. Did they stay here or go someplace else? I believe they left soon after they met, but they meet weekly in this way, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. Thank you, and goodbye, sir. All right, so our theory of the two women meeting up did not turn out to be true. Instead, she's got a lover, James Brattleboro. That young man will never be tied down. Did we hear about him in the paper? I'm trying to remember. Well, this concierge, like, he wasn't going to give us any information, but then when we said the senator told us she was here, he just let it all out. No more confidentiality. Okay. James Brattleboro. I mean, this doesn't really give her much of an alibi if it's true that they met up at the hotel. They left soon after they met, but they meet weekly, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. I mean, she didn't have a good motive anyway. Do we want to go follow up and talk to James just for the hell of it? She doesn't have a hard alibi unless he says that they went somewhere. I guess, I mean, we can try to check him out and ask him about it, see if he'll cough up what they did. She doesn't feel like she's going to be involved in this case, though. I guess we don't have him here. James Brattleboro. Not in our directory. And he wasn't in the paper? I thought there was something about... Oh, yeah. I knew there was something about it, but the newspaper said, Senator Creamwell, influential and well-known political voice, has been seen around London with another young escapade, adding one to the increasing tally of sightings of this matter. Okay. All right. So next up, let's try our drug dealer at London Bridge Station. This is where the lunatic asylum doctor told us that his patients have been getting their drugs for Southeast. Amidst the bustling crowds of the London Bridge Station, one man shifts in his shoes, waiting for a client. This is the pseudonymous Tony Two Shoes. Why do I not know how to pronounce this word? Pseudonymous. I feel like the accents of the syllables are different. Our attempt, let's see, this is pseudonymous, Tony Two Shoes, the primary drug dealer to a sizable portion of the South Bank's working class. Our attempt to approach him is initially unfruitful, given our differences in social status and appearance. Two Shoes is uncomfortable, "Are you a cop?" question, followed by our unsure and multifaceted response, does little to lighten the situation. But after we convince Two Shoes that our interests are aligned, he's more willing to recount the occurrences that have been weighing on his conscience of late. Usually I have a good reputation, or at least a clean one, says Two Shoes, but my clients have been coming back to me, shaking me up, saying that after taking my snuff, their bodies have been like, he mentions through his arms. Have you seen them? The veins? Wiggins nods. Well, I stopped selling the stuff. Too many problems. But a year and a half ago is when I started getting my dope from a new supplier. Really? Yeah. I don't know his name, but he left quite an impression. He was a large, bald guy with a scar over his right eye. Said he'd sell me this stuff super cheap, so I had to hustle it through. I have mouths to feed and all. Tony shuffles on his two shoes. You know, people from all walks of life have been coming around here lately. I had this fancy lady in a suit come asking some similar questions, though she definitely wasn't police. I'm surprised you'd so easily spill your clientele, says Wiggins. Well, the bad product has already cost their trust, and that's ruining my rep. So maybe you all can set this straight so I can get back to business. All right, well, this fancy lady is going to be Eli Carlisle for sure. But he's also mentioning the large bald guy with the scar over his right eye. That's the supplier, which is going to be our guy who worked at the warehouse, right? I think I need to. She was asking similar questions. Was she asking questions or buying dope to inject in him? I wanted to verify 39 Southeast. I want to reread the warehouse visit. Yeah, okay. So that is him. He had a scar over his right eye. Okay. So we know this confirms our basic theory that the Sheep's Head warehouse, the warehouse of Cormish, is the supply of the synthetic opium that's driving people crazy and creating the black veins. This is our guy, Johannes Timberley, is the supplier. And we think that Cormish was kidnapped at the warehouse, but this guy has an alibi. Let's check out his statement ago then. He says, when did they buy the warehouse? About a year and a half ago. He says, the Eli Carlisle has been giving us hell. All right. So we know the supplier of the bad drug. And we know Eli Carlisle is lying to us, and not because she's having an affair with a woman. Nelson says, I'm sorry, I have to go. Is he the troll? I'm not sure we have reason to think he's the troll. I don't think so. I would think a troll would be under the London Bridge station. Maybe he is. Joseph Mayo says, is it time to check with the cabs? Marco says, she found out Cormish is selling the deadly drugs, wants to stop him, so she kills him with his same poison. I think that makes a lot of sense. We would have to... The cabs might give us that key, though. Was there any place else on our to-do list that we wanted to make sure to go before the cabs? I'm not sure. I think probably cabs might be reasonable. Let me just check this newspaper again first, though. See if there's anything in the newspaper that we overlooked. There's the witches. We do have a doctor prescribing stuff. And locksmith, those don't seem relevant for us. We didn't check for the fires. That doesn't seem relevant for us. November Harvest Festival. Hold on a second. November Harvest Festival, yesterday at 8 p.m., marked the end of a week-long harvest festival. General consensus suggests Roaring suggests local vendors sold their wares. Children ran freely through the streets. Councilor Carlisle, much to the enjoyment of the crowd, made a short appearance toward the end of the festival. This almost gives her an alibi. How long did the festival go on? Because she was there towards the end. Huh. Why would she lie about that, though? That's a little bit troubling. Oh, yesterday at 8 p.m. marked the end. Okay, good catch. All right, so it's not an alibi because we know our guy was killed at 9 p.m. Okay, good. Maybe this will help us track her cab time, though. Short appearance toward the end of the festivities. We don't know where that is. The November Harvest Festival. Don't know where it is, though. So I don't know how that helps us. But yes, it's a good point. It was the end at 8 p.m. Okay. Let's go check cab records. Let's see if we can't track down Carlisle. I mean, we might talk to someone who knows a little bit more about Eli Carlisle. What she has to gain from his death. But let's go to the cabs. Let's see if we can't catch her. Was in Eli's yard and she was fearful. Huh, that's an interesting point. If that was him. Why did the butler not find it unusual she didn't go home? He thought she was scared she was being followed, and that's why he thought she was avoiding coming home. All right, here we go. We're going to the cab station. Let's see if we can't catch her. 5WC. We talked to a couple of cabbies at the Central Carriage Depot and learned that people have been taking a lot more cabs in the South Bank lately. Either they don't want to be seen or they don't feel safe or comfortable walking around in public. That's it. Unfortunately, no No spotting of Carlisle. Hmm. Could check if Carlisle has any background court cases. Well, we were told about the Bow Street Police want reports. We should probably go there. And maybe Society Gossip. Mycroft knows a little bit more about politics. He might have a hint for us about Carlisle. Of course, Lestrade is working this whole case. Raven and Rat, Porky Shinwell. I mean, he would know about criminal stuff, so we could ask him. Library, we could go to learn a little bit about opiates. Henry Ellis, current and foreign affairs. He might know about the Chinese deal. Could go to Sherlock Holmes for a hint, but probably not. Somerset, birth, deaths, and so on. Probably not. All right. So we have a couple of allies that we might want to visit. I got another idea for you. We believe he was hit at the warehouse, right? Body found here. So we might, just for the hell of it, stop by 3889, see if someone saw something. Is there any other way we can catch Carlisle if we really believe she's our culprit? There's no entry for the Harvest Festival, is there? I mean, maybe we won't be able to catch her. Paper mentioned a police station. Yes, I was saying that we should go to the Bow Street police station. We wrote it down so we wouldn't forget. Where did we write it down? And we haven't found the troll. We're not sure. I know we made a note of the Bow Street police station. And we haven't talked to the Prime Minister yet either. He might know some more information, though I'm not sure where. All right, well, we did make a note of the Bow Street police station somewhere, but it's easy enough to look it up. 70 WC. Okay, let's go to the Bow Street police station. Doesn't look like there's anything there for it. Let me look it up here to make sure. And let's make sure it was the Bow Street police station. So it was the Bow Street police station. Okay, and then if we go here and we go to police stations, Bow Street Police Station, 70 WC. I don't believe there's an entry for it. Okay, there's no entry for 70 WC. Let's do what we can do. Let's talk to the Prime Minister, 43 Southeast. Let's see if he has anything to say to us. I mean, we gotta, how could we not take the opportunity to talk to him? He's not an entry? 43 Southeast, there's no entry. Okay, I guess we can't talk to the Prime Minister. You know what? I think we tried to look up the sisters in the old directory. I'm not sure we tried to look her up in the new directory. Oh, I guess we did. Hmm. Let's see let's go check out our interview with her again. We go to her house. She's not home. She's on Belvedere's Road. There's a bald guy working around the property. We know who that is. Okay, so Belvedere Road place was 49. All right, let's see what she says again and see if we can't catch her saying something. There's a photograph with her, a man, and a child. Is that relevant for us? She's got a home. We already tried to go to his home. Okay. Already passed round. What was your opinion? We were at odds. Who would hurt him? Atrocities. Anyone who knew what Cormish was up to might have asked themselves, has she asked herself, whether taking that man off the street would be worth trading their life and reputation. We asked her alibi. She says she was at home. Have we been to both 44E, the office, and 2 Northwest, the warehouse, or just 2 Northwest? Okay. If you're asking about... Okay, first of all, those... You got to be clear. I don't know what you're talking about. The pharmaceutical office, which pharmaceutical office? Yes, we went to both of them. We went to the warehouse, which was on 39. So I don't know why you're saying 2 Northwest. Was that a different thing? You better be clearer about what you're talking about. But we went to both the pharmaceutical office. We went to Sheepshead Pharmaceutical and we went to Sheepshead. Okay, so you're reading it a little bit wrong. It's the numbers on the right, not the numbers on the left. So Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals was at 12 Southeast and Sheepshead Warehouse was at 39 Southeast. We did go to both of those. Remember, the warehouse is where we met the guy with the eye patch and found the gold ring. And the office is where they had recently a leak. So he didn't want to talk to us, but he did give us some information. Okay, so let's hit some more allies, and then if it cracks something else open, then we'll follow that. If it doesn't, we'll have to think a little bit harder. So let's see, what's the most, these are the ones I didn't want to look at. Where are the ones I did? Okay, Socialist, The Political Matters, The Reporter, Lestrade. Okay, so we tried to go to the Bow Street station and we didn't get anyone to talk to. So let's go to Lestrade and see if he's heard anything new. 13 Southwest. Okay. Lestrade tells us there have been an increasing amount of arrests in the area along the South Bank over the past year and a half. They've mostly been of people with histories of drug abuse, acting erratically and displaying strange physical symptoms. Many of those arrested were sent to the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum for rehab. Okay, nothing useful there. How about the reporter Henry Ellis? Let's see if he's got anything interesting to talk to us about. 30 EC. Henry Ellis tells us that in accordance with Ambassador Zhu Mingzhao's suggestions, China is becoming harsher with their punishments for those found to be growing opium on Chinese soil. That's not useful. Wangdale Pike is at 2 Southwest. Wangdale Pike tells us there have been rumors of witchcraft in the South Bank dating back to about a year and a half ago. Okay, more confirmation about the year and a half thing. Let's see if Mycroft can tell us anything about this nonsense because it's politics. Mycroft Holmes at the Diogenes Club. I can tell you this, he says. Zhu Mingzhao was not Cormish's only Chinese contact, and his interest in China was not solely political or philanthropic in nature. That's interesting. But does that mean we'll be able to find someone that was his other contact, or is it just a hint that he's still buying drugs from China? Let's see if Lomax can tell us anything about opiate drugs. We find Lomax asleep at the London Library. It would be rude to wake him since he really needs the rest, so we leave. Okay, nothing there. All right, well, that's my allies that were on my high priority list. Huh. I'm going to check these two locations just on the off chance that he was killed. He was captured right out here and stumbled back here or something where he fell in the water. So I'm going to check out 38 and 89 southeast. No 38. No 89. Okay. You want to talk to Porky, huh? I mean, sure, Porky could give us some good information. Talk to the Police Gazette too, especially since they're in. Oh no, DC. Okay, let's talk to. We're getting a little desperate, so let's talk to Porky. Why is Porky not in my collection here? Rat and Raven. Okay, let's see if he knows anything about criminal stuff. We'll talk to the Porky who knows about criminals, and we'll see if Quentin Hogg has heard anything. Starting with Porky, 52 EC. Porky Shinwell says that a drug dealer by the name of Tony Two Shoes has been selling a lot of opium lately, almost to the point where you wonder where he's getting it all. He usually hangs around by the London Bridge station. All right, well, we knew that, so that does not help us. And then Quentin Hogg is out of the office. So much for Quentin Hogg. Okay. Hmm. Let me check again the Witch Hunters Theater with the Elephant and Castle. I want to find that sister. He did really seem to suggest that we talk to his sister at the first place. Father Jory. Wonder if we could talk to him. Do we have a Jory? I mean, we've talked to him here, so I don't know why we would need to talk to him at home. No entry for Father Jory. They tell us about the witches in Archbishop's Park. We went there. Let me check out the scene of the crime again. I suppose there's not much reason for us to want to talk to this sister. We assume she's just getting the drugs where everyone else is getting the drugs. So I suppose there's not much. We know he was stuck with the needle. Are we not going to get any better information? Have we gone to 221B Baker Street yet? No, we haven't. Although, given that this case seems to have been built off the Ustari copy, not sure Sherlock Holmes was a hint in the Ustari versions. Maybe he was. Yes, he was. All right. Well, we're getting desperate here. Let's stop. Let's stop in to our home at 22221B Baker Street and see if Sherlock Holmes has any hints for us. 42 Northwest. We head back to Baker Street to meet with Sherlock. Have you noticed, Sherlock says, that Cornish's values seem somewhat inconsistent? He says he's a champion of the people. He's displaced people in the South Bank to forward work on his business. He claims to be an ally of China, but as Senator Creamwell has pointed out to him, banning native opium growers would harm the common people of China as they use it as a primary source of income. If you ask me, this crime may have been committed by someone wronged by Cornish's policies. And while you're out, why don't you go talk to Baba Yaga in Archbishop's Park? The poor woman has been blamed for so many things that are out of her control. Okay, so we know all that. However, she does say we should be talking to the troll, and we're not sure that we've found that person. Is the troll the name of some business or pub? Kind of sounds like it might be. Let's just make sure. It could be the drug dealer we've already met, but could it be someone else? Should we go back and reread what she said? Hmm. Let me see what the chat has to say. She did say the river troll. I wonder if she was referring to Timberley since the warehouse is by the river and good two shoes confirmed it was Timberley who was the supplier. That's not a bad guess. What about, let's just make sure there's nothing over at 40 right next to the warehouse. I think that's not a bad idea that it was the warehouse guy. 40 Southeast. I mean, you could argue that we have enough. No, no 47. But it does feel like there's more that we should be able to know. I mean, we do have a few more allies. Lacking anything else, maybe we'd stumble on the fact that Eli Carlisle has a criminal history. Land records, criminal records. Births, deaths, marriages, and wills. Hey, we couldn't find the sister. Maybe she's married and with her maiden name, we could look her up. Carriage Depot, Murray, and Jasper. Okay. We were trying to find the sister. We couldn't. We know her maiden name. Maybe we can look her up through marriage records. That's Somerset, 17 WC. It was a good try, but it didn't work. We head to the Somerset house to access Cornish's will. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. Okay. All right, well, let's just follow up on these. 14 WC and 17 WC. Disraeli O'Brien at his two different places. One of these was for one version of the game and one for another. But Disraeli O'Brien has no information. That's it. Okay, criminal court records, 36 EC. Edward Hall says that Counselor Carlisle has taken an interest in the legal dealings of Sheepshead Pharmaceuticals recently, especially regarding their new warehouse in her district. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we know she's been following up on this. Why hasn't she gone to the police about it, though, if she's found out that he's doing the illegal stuff? Like we're a bit stuck. If we can figure out how Timberly and Eli are connected, we will have the answers. I'm not sure they are connected. She may have just bought the drugs and waited for him outside his warehouse. But where is her office? Is that 49 Southeast? Let's talk. Let's see this again. So we go to her office, books, photograph. I was hoping we could get the name of her receptionist and talk to them in private. Uh, how about it wouldn't be the first time that we've had a newspaper thing related to our case without explanation. So let's look at these medical people. Could she have broken into the warehouse? Let's just make sure that none of these are stumbling on something. 7WC. No. Chubb's locks. I don't know why we would care about that unless she tried to break in. No entry for Chubb's locks. And we went to the China vacation, right? Yes. Maybe the sister was the one who had that frog child. That's certainly possible, but we were not given an address or anything. We could go to the hospital, though. Being raised in Lower South Bank. That's an interesting idea to go to the hospital if people have been getting sick. Okay, let's try the hospital and let's try the fire and this other article. So, do we have a hospital down here? Where are our hospitals? St. Thomas Hospital, 29 Southeast. All right, let's just try that. Maybe we can get a lead to someone. No. How about going back to the paper? Harrison Buford. Let me just see if he's. Let me see if this guy mentioned in the paper is in the directory. Beau. Buford Harrison, 82 Southeast. Maybe we'll get lucky with him. No. Wow, we are really just struggling here. Let me try. So at the scene of the crime, which was 1 Southeast, he really seemed to strongly suggest Slimebloch. Slimebloch is his name. Let me just see. Can I search? It doesn't want to let me do anything here. Hmm. Okay. What? I don't even know what program we're in. It won't let me. It doesn't even want to acknowledge it's a program anymore. Okay. We opened it in a different way in the Google Doc. Let's see. Can I search from here? This was the slow one. Oh boy. We seem to be stuck. And it says, could you skim the book to see if there are leads yet? Okay, well, that is something that we do when we're not sure. Just from looking through the book, though, searching for things, I do feel like there are significant leads we haven't read. So I think the answer to that is yes, but I could skim a little bit more. I'm just was going to try to see if I could search for this person that we feel like we should be able to find. Lime. Let me see if it will let me search for this. It certainly doesn't want to do it quickly. What did it say? I couldn't see that. 0 occurrences. Okay, so they can't find. Okay. Why don't we take our next break here? And in the break, I'll skim through here. I'll see if I can spot anything. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We are going to wrap this up quickly here because I've made a scan through the leads and I see only 3 real ones that we haven't read. And they all track to people that we've been trying to find. 1 or 2 look like a bug. The other one is something that we should have found, but we didn't. So let's go over them. I'll start with the Prime Minister's office. So we know he's friends with the Prime Minister. It came up a couple times. We looked up Gladstone, the Prime Minister. We couldn't find him. But if you look on the map, it doesn't make that much sense to me. But if you look on the map, 14 is government offices on Downing Street. And that's where the Prime Minister will be. So there is an entry for talking to him, or at least trying to talk to him. So let's do that. Although I just don't see how you're going to talk to us, but I guess he will. There are 3 entries to read. Here's the first of the 3. We approach the Prime Minister's offices. As we are about to cross the threshold, we're stopped by a stout, red-faced official. What is it you think you're doing? We are in urgent need of an audience with Prime Minister Gladstone, says Wiggins. You and every other mob with something to complain about. It regards a murder, Wiggins falters to explain. Who do you think you are, Sherlock Bloody Holmes? If it's so important, make an appointment like everyone else. But the fact is, Prime Minister Gladstone is far too busy to accommodate any random herd of would-be detectives. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. All right, that's exactly what we expected, so that makes sense. Okay, now, this one I believe is just a bug. We were told right from the start to go visit this guy's sister, and in fact, there is an entry for her. We approached the gray wooden door to the Slimeblow residence, but there's no Slimeblow in the directory. Doesn't seem to be any other way we could have found this. So I think this is just a bug that Slimeblow is missing from the directory. Wiggins knocks. And after a few seconds, the door opens just a crack with a young woman peeking out behind it. Her face is grimy, which juxtaposes hair that could have once been luscious. She has bags beneath her bloodshot blue eyes. And her skin is bruised and covered in crisscrossing black veins. She wears a man's shirt and pants, and her shirt is speckled with drops of blood, like she's been coughing it up. Her swollen fingers grip a cricket bat. We wait for her to make the first move, but she doesn't. She simply looks at us, pained. Wiggins clears his voice. Are you Miss Slimeblow? The woman looks Wiggins up and down and grips her bat tighter. Who's asking? We're the Baker Street Irregulars. Joseph Slimeblow said we should come and talk to his sister if we'd like to learn more about the witches. She lowers her bat. Yes. The woman welcomes us inside and confirms she is indeed Ashley Slimeblow. The house is messy and lit only by candles. An opium pipe sits on a low table surrounded by wooden chairs. Ashley picks it up quickly and gently places it in a nearby dresser drawer, then gestures for us to sit down around the table. So, Miss Slimeblow. Ashley. Just Ashley, please. Yes, of course, I apologize. Ashley, what can you tell us about these witch attacks? She stares at the table and scratches her forearm. I think it started around a year ago, maybe more, I don't know. All of a sudden, people, good people, they started acting strange, looking strange too, looking like me, all covered in veins, red eyes. They'd lie around in the street wailing. Sounded like they were in a lot of pain. One day, Joseph went out and tried to give one bread. Just something nice, and maybe they'd stop wailing. Only when Joseph went out there, the man attacked him and started shouting all sorts of nonsense. I came out and I tried to help. I hit the man with Joseph's cricket bat and he didn't even feel it. He didn't stop. He shoved me over and I got knocked on my head. And Joseph dragged me back inside. We had a little bit of savings, so Joseph was able to take care of me for a while, but then that's when I started showing the signs of being witched. Started to hurt real bad. That's why I need opium, see? It dulls the pain. She gestures towards the drawer. I'm terribly sorry, Ashley. I've been seeing things too. Strange things I can't explain. Figures in the fog, people's faces changing as I'm talking to them. That's why I stay inside now. Well, that and Joseph says I haven't been acting myself either. He says sometimes I get angry, and well, he's worried I'll be violent. I'm very sorry about that. Oh, I don't mind it too much. Out there doesn't seem any better. Horrible shouting and wailing every night. It was especially bad last night. I heard some people screaming their heads off around the shipping yard by Upper Ground Street. Really horrible. Sounded like it could have been a fight. Do you know around what time? It's hard to tell when you're locked up in here all day, but must have been late in the evening. Wiggins nods and shifts his knees. I see. Do you know many people suffering from your affliction? Everyone in the South Bank knows someone who's witched, or someone who was witched and died. A lot of them get locked up in the asylum nearby. Police aren't very sympathetic. Or I guess they must be now, seeing as how you're here. She pauses and looks at us. Are you going to put a stop to this? Wiggins reaches over the table, takes Ashley's hand, and says, Sherlock's on the case. There's a long moment of silence. I don't know exactly where she is, the witch, the mother of witches, Baba Yaga, but I've seen her. She stalks around the street at night and never stays in one place too long. She shudders, then thinks solemnly, and then continues speaking. My brother's witch hunting club is always talking about trying to take her out. They might know where she spends most of her time. Okay, so shipping yard by Upper Ground Street. She heard a fight, angry, violent last night. Could that be our guy getting into a fight with someone, getting killed? Where is Upper Ground Street? Dun, 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 right by the factory. Right by the pharmaceutical sheepshead warehouse where the ring was found, where we think he was attacked. Okay, so a fight there. A loud, violent fight. Doesn't clear up too much, but maybe an argument with Eli Carlisle turned bad. Okay, so I said there were 3 places we hadn't visited. We've now seen 2 of them. That one was clearly meant for us to go there early, and just a bug that she wasn't in the directory. But the last place, does anyone want to guess what it was? What's the last place we haven't found? Anyone want to guess? So what I'll tell you is, this isn't a bug in the game. This is something we forgot to do, but we should have figured out. The river troll, Marco is right. Now, the river troll, she says he knows everything, the river troll. Or what does she actually say? We saw in Archibald Park, so let's just go there again. Where was Archibald Park? 90 Southeast. I want to give this game the credit for this hint, since this was on us to find and we didn't. Okay. So, we talked to the old witch. It's actually a long entry. She says, check the asylum. And then she says, go find the river troll. The body was found in the river, wasn't it? He knows all the River Thames secrets. Okay, so if we had gone and looked up in our directory, river, we looked up river. This isn't the directory I want, is it? Okay, let's see. So if we had looked up river, we wouldn't have found anything. Now, what if we look up troll? Do you see it? So there in our directory is Trollsworth Riverton. Okay, so we should have tried that. Riverton Troll. We should have done the work of looking up those just in case. And we get 26 EC, a nice long entry, the last significant entry that we haven't seen. Here we go. Riverton Trollsworth is stocky in stature with a magnificent beard nearly a meter long. I don't know anything about a body, he says once we're seated. His home is dilapidated and cramped, but warm and dry, a welcome respite from the rain. I wasn't around last night. I'm a fisherman. I was on the river. We were told, Wiggins says, you might have some information about some curious symptoms displayed by the victim. He washed up on the banks of the Thames with blackened veins. Riverton's eyes narrow. And who told you I'd know about this? Wiggins flounders for a moment. He casts a gaze in our direction, but we're too awestruck by Riverton Trollsworth's magnificent beard to be of much help in such a delicate situation. Some concerned citizens, Wiggins says diplomatically, in London's South Bank district. Ah, Riverton Trollsworth stands. He's not a tall man, but he is a burly one, and his full stature looms over Wiggins. So the townsfolk spouted their troll nonsense to you. You believed them, and you decided to interrupt my day with this pointless interrogation. Excellent investigative work, detective. Tell me, do I look like a troll to you? I'm not a detective, Wiggins says. I'm an independent contractor. Your beard is magnificent, one of our number interjects. Trollsworth rounds on us. Chipperly, he says, oh, thank you. Then he turns back. At least you lot are most civilized. Whose death are you investigating? Carlton Cormish, Wiggins says. We are employed by Sherlock Holmes. Trollsworth's anger deflates. Sherlock Holmes is looking into the death of Cormish. You don't normally see posh types like Cormish in this neighborhood. I didn't know he was killed near here. Well, we don't know where he was killed. He seems to have drifted in the river for a while before he washed up. Wiggins digs through his pockets and produces Cormish's waterlogged watch, which he gives to Riverton Trollsworth. He had this on him when he died, stopped at 9 p.m., and he was found at 3:15 a.m. on the dot. Riverton Trollsworth takes the watch to his dining table, produces a sheet of paper from a cupboard, and begins to write. "Do any of you have a map?" he asks. After a few minutes, we produce the map, which is right here on our table. And he circles the area near the Sheep's Head warehouse. Depending on the weather, the river flows east about 0.05, 0.06 times as quickly as you walk. Let's see if you can figure out the location with that information. He taps his head and smiles. Okay. So that's the totality of his thing, and that's the last clue we get. So he says 0.05 to 0.06 times as quickly as you walk. So this sounds like it moves very slowly. Times walking speed. Okay, I think the idea here for us is we believe he was attacked at the warehouse due to the ring being found there, and that's where the screaming was seen. And then he was picked up here at 3:15 a.m. And we think probably pushed in at 9 p.m. when the watch stopped. So the question is then that we've got 3 hours to midnight plus 3 hours 15 when he was found. So 6 hours 15 minutes drifting, we suspect. So we think it's going to turn out that this could have happened in 6 hours 15. But either way, we should work backwards from being found at 3:15 here to 9 p.m. And wherever that is, that's where he would have been pushed in. But it feels like we're going to get what we expect, but maybe he got pushed off the bridge. Okay, anyway. So, but now the question is 0.05, 0.06 times the speed of walking. So if you've played Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you know you've got a little bit of a map here, travel time, which I believe is supposed to be travel time walking. So what we've got is 10 miles. Let's see if we can zoom in and so it can show us that. Minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, so you can go this distance in 10 minutes. Okay, so it looks like 20 minutes walking distance between the, oops, sorry. Okay, so 20 minutes walking time between where the body was found. I guess it's right here. So about 20. Okay. Now 20 minutes walking time, but now we're looking at 0.055, the speed of walking. So if we multiply by 10, we get 0.5. We multiply by 20. I think that means we should multiply this by 20 approximately to get 400 minutes. If the water movement speed is 0.05, the speed of walking, then this would be 400 minutes, which would be 6 hours and 40 minutes. which does map to about what we expect if he was pushed in at the factory. So a nice little confirmation of our theory that he was pushed in at the factory and the body drifted to here. So no one had to carry the body, but probably then Eli Carlisle confronted him at the factory, said, "Aha, I found where your dope came from, and I'm going to turn you into the cops, and here's the syringe to prove it." And they got in a fight, stuck him with the needle or something, in he falls into the river and dies. All right. Look at this nice illustration. Maybe this was on a painting at Trollsworth's house. Okay, we're ready for the solution. Here we go. Questions. Who killed Carlton Cormish? And we say it's Eli Carlisle. Why was he murdered? She was, what would you call this as far as motive? Justice, revenge for what he's been doing to the neighborhood. Not really revenge, really. She thinks she's saving her district. She cares about the people. So she's trying to eliminate the harm of this guy. Maybe she's going to claim it was self-defense in a fight. She might claim. Where was he killed? At the Sheep's Head factory or warehouse, which was 39 Southeast. Part 2. What is the river troll's true name? We said Riverton Trollsworth, although we had to sort of cheat to get that. We didn't get it ourselves. What caused the blackened veins? That was going to be the synthetic opium, or however you want to call it. How does Mr. Hermes feel about Cormish? This was the guy who actually admired him. Remember, he was the rival, but he actually admired him. Okay. Does anyone want to disagree with any of these? If so, time to get on the record. Trying out my little soundboard here. All right. Anyone else? We still need an explanation as to why Timberly was in Eli's yard. That's a good question. It could be... That's a good question. Why is the drug dealer... Maybe she's trying to set up a meeting with him. Or she was snooping around the warehouse and he was trying to find out why, or something like that. All right, no one else wants to get on record. I guess that means we all agree. Let's read our answer. When we return to 221B Baker Street to present our findings to Holmes, we find the sitting room is already occupied. Eli Carlisle sits on the sofa. She's saying something to Holmes, who's writing furiously in one of his notebooks. Holmes looks up at us and smiles. I can see myself out, Carlyle says. Thank you, Holmes. Watson, who has just let us in, doubles back to open the door for Carlyle. Farewell, Holmes says, and Carlyle is out the door and gone. What the hell? There's our chief suspect. What was that about? Wiggins asks. I just finished recording Mrs. Carlyle's account. She's now on her way to Scotland Yard to confess to Cormish's murder. Holmes arranges the papers in front of him as he speaks. In her work as a counselor, a form crossed her desk, a building permit for a shipping warehouse in Cormish's name. Carlyle's independent investigation brought light to a conspiracy. Cormish's company, Sheepshead Pharmaceutical, is the primary supplier of opium in London. What caused her to resort to violence? Watson asks. The apathy of her superiors. She attempted to bring it up the chain of command, but met considerable resistance. Cormish's reputation was too great, and his allies too many. What's more, Cormish was testing a more potent form of opium and releasing it onto the streets of Carlyle's neighborhood in increasing amounts. As you have no doubt witnessed in your investigation, the drug has dangerous side effects. Carlyle was faced with two choices: to await help from her superiors or to take matters into her own hands. She killed him. She injected him with his own drug and pushed him into the river, Wiggins says. But why would Cormish need a warehouse for shipping if he was distributing his product locally? Holmes claps his hands together. An excellent question. Politically, Cormish was involved with China, Wiggins says. China has started to grow its own opium rather than import it. Exactly. Sheepshead Pharmaceutical intended not only to distribute their new drug here in London, but also to destabilize or ban opium in China to pave the way for the new drug to sell here. That is the end and solution. So, we got it right. We did understand and figure out the case. It was Carlyle. Holmes seems predisposed to give her just a slap on the wrist. He's like, I'm going to let you write a confession, put the best spin on it, bring it to Scotland Yard. I'll put in a good word for you. But it is true that Cormish was deceitful up to no good, and maybe she can claim she just confronted him and things got out of control. Well, you know how this works here. YouTube says 20 concurrent viewers. Oh, we just lost one. That's it. Got the solution and you're out. All right. We're going to take a quick break just so that we formally have a break before we talk about our experience and thoughts on the game. We've been playing almost 5 hours here. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. I want to hear your thoughts on the game. I'll give you mine. We'll wrap up at the next session in 5 minutes. Well, we're back to wrap up our thoughts on Witches in South Bend, a fan-made scenario for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, released for free, pay what you wish, in 2019. It's taken us 5 years to get to it. Now we're going to talk about the experience. Let's check in with what the chat thought. Case was enjoyable, very good writing. It's a pity for the few bugs. We know playtesting is not an easy task. Not getting the river troll thing was mostly our fault. All our fault, really. But we had already figured out the murder scene. Yeah, we didn't need those last few leads. The only thing was unrealistic, says Perry, was Carlisle overcoming and killing Cornish by herself. She would have needed an accomplish. Delia says, I really secretly wish the witch story would have gone on for longer to make us doubt our sanity. Joseph Mayu said, the exposition was good when you couple the bugs with the use of a non-standard directory. It felt flat for me. Ending felt very unsatisfying in terms of wrapping it all up. Delia says, disregarding the bugs, I enjoyed the flow, but maybe Carvel's lead could have been extended to more clues. Overall, it was fun. The threads, and I think the case could be better with some refinements. Overall, good as a fan case, still needs some work. Joji says, I think it was a fun case, well written, some fun, funny personalities, even though there was a bit of historical inaccuracies. I like the subtle hints the author gave, like the river troll we had to figure out ourselves. I would have liked more actual evidence on Eli killing Cornish. Marlene says, I like the stories, bugs could be easily fixed. Well, I like the story I like this case quite a bit. I thought it was very enjoyable. We've played it now for 5 hours. We've talked before about how good writing that's engaging can cover a lot of sins. What's the term? I'm blanking on the term now. But because it's so enjoyable to read these leads, and because it all was moving at a nice clip, it was just an enjoyable world to be in. And there were some funny leads, and the characters felt distinct and fun. And this, I guess I'm a sucker for this, for the storytelling scheme of having something happening and then a whole bunch of people believing it's something else. I really like this idea that the people in this area all thought it was witches, so they're hearing rumors of witches. They suspect this old woman is a witch, but she's like, it's all the old superstitions. There was no supernatural element to this case, just the threat of it. And I just really like the suspects. I like when we caught that woman in a lie. I liked even just the mechanical stuff of tracking down their alibis and wondering, does that alibi hold up? There were some interesting moments where we were theorizing. It's always great when you get a case. In the beginning, this case seemed too easy, and I thought it was going to be over very quickly. But actually, we ended up playing 5 hours. But it was very fun to come up with initial theories that weren't quite right. Like, first we said, okay, they're poisoning the water with drugs, we thought. And then that turned out to be not quite right. We weren't sure whether people were purposely poisoning people. Now, in the end, I guess you could say this was a relatively easy case because there are a couple of key clues that really lock things in. Like, it had been going on for a year and a half. The warehouse had been there for a year and a half. So in the end, everything did fit together very nicely, but I don't have a problem with that. Along the way, we had fun figuring out what was going on. There was a moment when we thought that the two women were having an affair and that maybe they were the witches, and then we tracked that down, and it's fun to be wrong. It's fun to hypothesize and be wrong and then eventually line it all up. And the epilogue worked for me. Nothing overstayed its welcome. There were some nice, even in this small book, which is like 15 pages, there were some nice, long, chunky leads. There was rarely a place we tried to go that wasn't in the book. There were some fun spatial little mechanical puzzles where we're told the bar is on this street, or this happened on this street, and we have to sort of find it. I enjoy all that kind of, if you're in a bad mood, it becomes busy work. But if you're in a good mood, it's mechanically fun work. Now, it was a very odd choice to make the directory and then custom add some places. I think that is ill-advised. It's not done. It's just not done, because it's a constraint that most fan writers just accept. The constraint is you're going to use the existing directory and make the characters in there. It's not quite clear why this author did that. Why did Abby add places? Why did she feel the need to do that? I'm not sure. There was only one important bug, and that was the sister's address not being in the directory. That's just clearly an oversight. It would be very easily fixed. Otherwise, everything went very smoothly. There was one other bug. Something was at 38 Northwest when it should be at 37 Northwest. I think maybe we can post a little errata for this case on the Board Game Geek section for people who try to play this. I enjoyed it very much. Joseph says, I think DJ hit the nail on the head as to the reason why. I'm not sure what that means, but regarding making the custom directory. The really interesting thing from a game design perspective, there are some interesting things from a game design perspective when these games work, and you might think, I do think it's yet another example where if the writing is good, a case can be on the easy side and still be very fun. And I think, we very early suspected Eli Carlisle. And that last clue, tracking down the drifting of the body, I think you might, if you were the editor here suggesting ways this could be better, what you might say is, that's a fun little puzzle of tracking down where the body was dropped into the water. But we had already figured it out. So for us, it was just a little bit of confirmation, which is okay. Nothing really wrong with that. But I guess maybe ideally you'd like that to lead to a cool surprise. Like, oh, it was here. And now let's go there and we'll see some scene. That'd be cool. Like, it might be nice for some of those things to be puzzles with rewards for figuring it out. Like, you might imagine that we didn't know it was from the warehouse, and then the game asks us, which of these three places was the actual murder body fell in, and then only by tracking back the time could you guess it. But I don't think that's critical. I think because the story was so interesting, and because you're always advancing it a little bit, it's enjoyable. Was there anything else surprising about why it worked? It was fun tracking down their alibis. It doesn't really feel like a puzzle because you're just going to the places and finding out if they're true or not. But I do think it's worth remembering that mechanic of tracking down alibis. First of all, I think one of my favorite parts is when we talk to the guy who's supposed to be his rival, who actually admires him, and he says, there were a couple of fun places where we asked them for an alibi, and there were little fun dialogues how they responded to that. Most of them gave us an alibi. One guy says it was the best play he's ever seen. Then when we get there, he was crying in the front row. That was pretty cool. And then the woman was having the affair there. But this is one of these little illusions and tricks that I think from a game design perspective works surprisingly well, this alibi system. And I think part of it is because it sets up a little bit of anticipation. You're anticipating being able to track down someone's alibi in real life. That's fun. But I think another little secret, subtle element is each of them gave us an alibi, right? The guy says he's at the bar drinking. The politician said she was having the affair at the hotel. The rival said he was at the play. Each of those was fun to track down their alibi. So that's the first part. It was fun to track down the alibi. They all had like a narrative reward. It was fun hearing about the guy who cried in the front row. It was fun hearing about the woman who had the affair. That guy had a funny statement. He'd be like, that guy'll never settle down. It was fun hearing about the drinker drinking at that fun pub. But I think there's another subtle element that is worth acknowledging, and it's a little trick to put in your pocket as a writer. I remember, I don't think I voiced it explicitly, but I remember in each of those cases, there was a little bit of doubt in my mind. Like when we realized the guy was killed at the warehouse, and the warehouse guy gave us the alibi he was drinking, and the bartender said, yeah, he was drinking here. I thought 95%, that's his alibi. It's strong. And the 5% of me said, what if he set up this alibi? Is it possible that, and then remember the guy at the hotel? He was so forthcoming. Yeah, she was here. But then we're like, did she leave? Did she leave a little early? Like those, it's not just that the alibi is fun mechanically and narratively. It's that they make you second guess, and they punish you for overthinking it a little bit. You're like, that's his alibi, or is it? And I think it feels a little bit like police work too. Like someone gives you an alibi, you call and check it out. It seems good. 99% of the time, that's it. It's done, right? You get the killer. He says he was with his girlfriend. You call the girlfriend. The girlfriend says, yes, he was here. The mother says, yes, he was here. The work says, yes, he was here. 95% of the time, that's it. But then 5% of the time, months later, the cops say, this guy still looks good for this. It's only his alibi that's clearing him. Maybe we need to go back and run down that alibi again and put a little pressure on the mother and really see if she's not covering for him, or see if something was missed. And so I think that technique of having an alibi, but the alibis are never 100%. There's always a little wiggle room. And so I think that creates a fun little element there. Although we caught that woman lying about her alibi very clearly. But that might be another lesson. Like, have people lie about their alibis, but then give them a little bit of a motive, a little bit of a hint that there might be another reason why they might be lying. All right, I think we're about done here. Joseph Mayer says, I will add, making South Bank a character itself was a nice touch. That part will be memorable for me. Speaks to the quality of the writing for the author to be able to do that. That is a really excellent point. That is an excellent point. That another feature of this case, which is very unusual, not seen very often in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective cases, was that not only did it almost all happen here, but we got little sprinklings of real personality and flavor of this neighborhood. Whether it was the bars we were going into being grimy, or little side comments about the masculinity of the bar being appealing, and different people talking about how that we don't normally have a snooty guy socialite in our area. That was all very, very well done by an experienced storyteller. All right, I've had a real pleasure this weekend. We played Friday, we played Saturday, now we've played Sunday, some long cases. These fan cases are always a joy. We're actually going to be playing more fan cases more regularly. I think we're going to try to do at least one a month going forward, maybe one every 2 weeks. Try to get through all the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan cases eventually. All right, a pleasure as always playing with this group. Couldn't have done it without you. Well, maybe I could have done it without you, but it wouldn't have been as fun. All right. I will see some of you on Halloween night, October 31st, when we play through Never House. Probably nothing before then, but you never know. And then in November, we'll be back catching up on some of our non-spooky games. We've got a lot of them accumulating behind me, a lot to do. If you've enjoyed this session, you might consider making a donation to the author of this case. On itch.io, there is a link to the game in the description of this channel, and you might want to check out some of Abby Aff's other experimental games. Nothing like this. I'm not sure there are any more mystery ones, but she's obviously got some real skill as a writer and a designer. Maybe we'll see another case from her. Maybe we can reach out and have her write a case for New York Noir. Okay. Have a good rest of your Sunday. I'll see you next time.